Okay, what up, ladies and gents? It's your favorite Asian robot right here, and maintenance will start soon, so I hope you guys are prepared. Ha! Lol, Ren, I was wondering what the hell you were saying. I just finally figured it out. Lol. Okay, time for the YouTube exclusive maintenance stream. Let's get it going. I also have a few things to do, so I'm just checking it. Okay, 61.
Perfectly done.
3.
Feel the heat?
4 takes me all the way up. And drops to 3. And that like, okay. So 4 will take me all the way up, which is good. Then a slight minor increase, which would be this final module here. Insufficient capacity? What the... Man, what do they mean insufficient capacity? Rude! Hey, Brandon. Okay, let me quickly tweet. Doing good, Charles. Can't really complain. Hello, Retro. Man, I sure hope the player base increases today. Okay. Give me 1 second, yeah? Hey, Renner, you want to ban that one? Sir Tommy, good to see you. There you go. Now you get to exercise your band powers for the first time in a long time, eh? Pizza, lasagna? Can't choose. Eisenford, what up? Let's see what happens today. I'm sure we will find out. The chef is already cooking. You know, well, you know what's craziest? I just hope that this whole leaderboard thing that they're gonna do is not done stupidly, because even Monster Hunter gave up on policing their leaderboards because of cheaters. So, since legit timings cannot be identified, right? People who achieve a certain time set by the game, they get the best reward already, which is what I hope they do here. Honest to God, I hope that this is going to be the way they do leaderboards. That's all I'm hoping for today. Well, otherwise, you know, let's see what happens today. You know, let's have a good day. Let's have a good day, and we'll all go back to LA. Okay? Hey, hey. But what am I cooking today? I don't know. We'll have to find out. We'll have to find out what I'm going to be cooking today. All right? Okay.
guard down. Watch the floor. Damn it. Yeah. I like them well done. Retrieval. It's cooking time. Nice. Taste gotta be killer. It's cooking time.
Yeah, no, I didn't do that. But I hope you're doing good today, Sir Tommy. Sky Arts, welcome.
Pissing me off.
Hope you all have a good time with us. Don't forget to get your research going before the maintenance, alright?
I let my guard down. Damn. Flame on. Ah! Pissing me off. Cut. And voila. Retrieval. I like them well done. That's pissing me off.
Yeah, sure.
Watch the floor.
Nothing wrong with that.
Damn.
Everyone's got their own way of flinging time.
Right. Damn it. Watch the floor. Let my guard. Pissing me off. Let my guard. Flame on.
Well, we don't know how the maintenance timing will go.
Done.
Could indeed take extra long, we'll see.
Prepping time.
I hope not, because I'll be very sad if it does.
Ah. Oh, damn it. That's pissing me off. Feel the heat? Flame on. Feel the heat? Shield.
Wait, what? Did my fireball just get randomly canceled? That's so funny.
Looks like we're done.
Well, you can reach 100% crit rate with Blair, so it's pretty easy. Yeah, sure, go for it, Thanos. There's no right or wrong answer. Do whatever you want to do. I'm just chilling and relaxing.
Left guard.
Well, keep telling them, Cobra. Maybe one day they'll listen.
We're done. Flame on. Pissing me off.
Well, Justin, I'd love to answer you, but first and foremost, if you don't mind, I don't know you, and that is quite literally a very inappropriate question for your very first question in stream. Like, what the hell, dude? Who on earth goes around to people and the first question out of their mouth is, what kind of Asian are you? Like, bro, are you okay? Like, for real, are you okay? Like, that's the first question you ask somebody on stream. Really. Also, that was a very odd crash. Didn't expect that to happen. Game shouldn't be down for maintenance yet. Let's get back in and check. But again, yo, come on, man. Come to somebody's stream. How about you start with hello? And maybe when, you know, you're a more regular chatter, I'd happily answer that question. Okay. Like, Jesus. When you come to somebody's stream, how about, you know, saying hello first? When they put them out, I'll go through them, Vindros. I don't believe the server is even on maintenance yet. Although I had an odd crash, which is kind of funny, but... yeah, I haven't seen the game crash at all these days, so... that was definitely an odd one. But they're probably already tinkering with the servers. Yeah, it shouldn't be occurring. It's weird that it is occurring, but it is what it is. Very, very odd in my opinion. Okay, anyway. Let's go again. Now, since Mr. Justin hasn't said anything else, I'm just going to remove him. Alright. In future, you got something to say? Say it better. Yeah, I also haven't crashed in a while, so very, very odd situation, really. Most of the time, if you're crashing, it's settings related, so for me, my settings are fully optimized though, so there shouldn't be any problems, which is why I find them odd. Master Carell. It's gonna be about 5.5 hours this time around, but I'll have a timer up as I normally do during streams like this. When it's on the, once the maintenance starts, I'll put up a timer. But most of you guys, right, especially if you're still following TFD, you should be checking the official Discord. The official Discord is all the information you need. So you shouldn't actually have to ask the streamer. I know, right? Cook these enemies too hard, and that's why we crashed. Check sad. I mean, I'm fine on Catalyst, but I also don't really care because I'm just going to use the photonic imprinter and transfer. There's no such thing as a video for game settings, and I'll tell you why. It's because you have to tune it to your individual PC. Anyone who is on PC needs to know how to tune their own settings. If you don't know how to tune your own settings, you're going to have a rough time with any game. Because the devs, unfortunately, no matter how hard they try, and I do believe that devs are pretty poor at optimizing their games, but also, no matter how hard you try, it's very difficult to optimize for all the different hardware configurations that people have. So usually they just have like a general model, and then basically you need to tune your own settings. So what I always do is I follow a very simple methodology. I set everything at the lowest possible settings, and I slowly increase the most important settings, like for example textures, things like that, and I increase it until I get comfortable. And once I'm comfortable enough, and I feel that, okay, so this is all manageable, then from there on I will adjust until I no longer receive frame rate drops, and that's basically how you do settings tuning. And that is indeed the best way to do settings tuning, because if you do it any other way, you're probably not gonna have a great time. Hey Lewis, good to see you. I don't like crit actually. Like honestly, if I was gonna pick it, I'd probably pick crit damage rather than crit itself. I did think about crit rate, but I realized you don't need it. So with my particular setup, I will probably go for more crit damage, which is much higher anyway. But Baklava, and look, Thanos, I appreciate you sharing with other people, but I would say wait for my video to come out, Baklava. Don't jump the gun. And I'll tell you why you don't jump the gun. I know you guys want to farm your stuff early, but here's the thing. If we don't test it thoroughly, then how do we know what's truly best? And one of the situations that happens is that everybody always thinks, oh, you know, somebody in my chat answered for me, so I'll go and get these stats. And then later on when my build comes out, they're like, oh, but my reactor is different. Does it work? and then they find out that it's not as optimized for them. So please do not do that. So always wait for my video to come out. If I'm still undergoing testing, then you just wait. That's the best way.
It's cooking time. Damn. Flame on.
Thanks for putting up my music and merch, Panda Gaming.
How was that?
But yeah, I always tell people, you know, you can follow what my chat says, well, if you want to, but at the end of the day, there'll always be a difference between my answers and what chat answers, so please remember that. Because what we will do is we will come up with the optimized build when it's finished testing. Even now, Blair is still undergoing a lot of testing, so I'm going to finish out my testing with the ultimate version. Because the ultimate version is going to be different again. Don't forget, it's got 2 extra modules. So please be patient. Wait. I promise you I'll give you guys good results. But you have to wait. You have to be patient. Okay? Morning, Saifuden.
Feel the heat?
How's it hanging?
Retrieval. It's cooking time. Perfectly done. Field protector. Ha. Ha. Pissing me off. Field protector. Ah! I left my guard. It's cooking.
If you mean ultimate Blair, then yes. I'm sorry, I do not accept Warframe terminology here.
Done. Burn, baby, burn. Feel the heat?
I don't think it'll take long to farm, to be honest. I'm gonna do it live tonight, so if you tune into the night stream, you'll see it. Most of the time, a lot of people think that the farming is difficult in this game or things like that, but no. Most of the time, it's been less than 5 hours. So we'll see.
Feel the
But
heat?
yes, if you use Warframe terminology here, you will be judged, alright? Please have respect for the game that I'm playing, and as an official content creator for the game, have some respect. Let's use the correct wording. Alright? You want to use your own game's wording? Then my honest statement is go back to your own game. Don't come here and don't bother me.
How was that?
Alright? So let's keep it respectful. As an official content creator for the First Descendant, I ask for your respect.
Here. Feel the heat?
Well, yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I understand. I actually was gonna start from scratch with Ultimate Blair, but I chose not to because I think it was one of my viewers showed me and proved that that Blair can be as fast as Valby. So I said, okay, proof is proof. So I started investing and made my own style. It's similar to how they showed me to play, but with a little bit of robot flair. That being said, it still won't be the fastest, but it's pretty fast. So since it's already pretty fast, I said, okay, looks like Ultimate Blair should be alright. And alright, donut. When is the update? In about 5.5 hours. Well, you'll be able to download the update. We'll review the patch notes soon, but it will finish in about 5.5 hours, so take note of that.
I bet you're feeling the heat.
Okay, grand. Well, sorry, that already makes you that guy. New physics?
Flame on.
Wait till I announce it, then I'll tell you.
Watch the floor.
When you see an announcement, dynamic motion coming.
Feel the heat?
that's when you know dynamic motion is coming, okay? So, good sir, please take note that I have to run a clean stream, so if that's what you're interested in, this is the wrong stream for you. You can stick around for the updates, but, you know, might I honestly suggest that if you do not have interaction with proper human females, you might want to have a little bit of that, my friend. While I'm aware that the two-dimensional ladies don't protest, it's kind of like, you know, putting a storyline on beginner mode, so you really don't want to do that. You should take on a challenge at the intended difficulty. Okay? But yeah, I'll tell you guys when it's coming, alright? So please be patient. No, they're not. Even the Psycho girls are awesome. It's just about learning the right build. If you have the right build, okay, you use the right modules in your setup, girls are perfectly fine. Okay? It's like Void Erosion Purge. If you don't build the right weapons, you don't build the right stuff, then how you expect to do anything? No. I don't believe for a moment in all that crap. Okay? No such thing as scary. It's a shorter maintenance today than it was before. I think because there's effectively less content coming, but I hope that they're very sure about it because the last few times they've disappointed us with the maintenance timings. I don't know, Dark Hearts, we'll see, so I suggest you stay tuned, and when I go through the patch notes, then we'll learn. We don't know anything beforehand. That was okay. I was trying to see if I can get him to 40 one more time. Because that's what I'll apparently need to do. So before maintenance, I want to get him to level 40 one more time. Just one more. Well, I'll farm him live tonight, so look forward to it. Also, guys, if you haven't already liked the stream, make sure y'all like the stream, yeah? And if you haven't registered me as your content creator, please make sure you do so. Just click the link that pops up in chat, and that'll be good. Do the outfits rotate? No. Any limited outfits do not come back. What time is it for me? Don't worry about what time it is for me. 5.5 hours, that's all you gotta worry about. That's when the game should be back. If they don't extend maintenance like they did in the past. Alright, just worry about 5.5 hours. That's all you gotta remember. And if you cannot read a clock or you do not understand how time works, you might want to search up a YouTube video on that, okay? Build guide for time. How does time work? Don't bother converting your time. 5.5 hours anywhere in the world is going to be 5.5 hours. So, okay, please do not overly complicate this. It's just 5.5 hours, bros. Okay, you good? 5.5 hours and you're good, alright? I'm sorry, Drazurik, what does that have to do with our current conversation topic, and why are you bringing up Warframe? Sir, this is a TFD stream, in case you were wondering. This has nothing to do with Warframe. Hello, Syra. Exactly. I don't understand why Warframe players need to insert themselves into every conversation. It's like, are you guys okay? This is a TFD stream, good sirs. Why is Warframe even being brought up? Okay. If you're here at a TFD stream, let me just say this openly. If you're here at a TFD stream and you keep bringing up other games on the day that TFD is having an update, then you're not going to gain respect for your game. You're just going to make us not respect that game. You're going to make everyone think that the players of those games just can't even control themselves even for 5 seconds. You know, it's like, should be at your game, hanging out with your game's creators. All right. I'm a TFD creator. I'm here for TFD. All right. I'm permanently cooking. I'm a pressure cooker. Yeah, it's the Peacemaker, of course. I showed it in my Valby build. I would suggest you check that out if you haven't already. It's quite important. And everyone should upgrade every weapon in the game. FYI. If you don't, then you are the one that's missing out on potential. So please be aware of that. If you want to miss out on potential, that's on you, but every weapon in the game should be upgraded. Of course, sometimes it takes time, but I really recommend, even if you're not going to level it up or invest in the weapon, you should probably max it out if you can. That's usually what I do. Well, good sir Drazurik, if you think that's the case, then please leave my stream and go watch a Warframe stream. Trying to bring Warframe into my stream is not going to make your point any stronger. So if you genuinely don't like TFD, then good sir, you're welcome to leave. There's a door over there. I suggest you leave, go play some other different game, you know, for a while. Then, you know, when you're ready, you can come back or whatever. But yeah. Oh, welcome, new Prestige robot, David Lenoir. We haven't had a new Prestige member in a while. Welcome. I hope you enjoy your time with us. Yeah, understandable, Vindros. I also assign low priority to those weapons. No. Don't engage in the conversation, Ziggs. It's not worth it. Look, let them say what they want to say, but at the end of the day, door's there. Let's just focus on today, you know? There's no point in getting into arguments about these things, because if they want to say that a different game is better, they can go play that game. Like, genuinely, we are not so desperate for players that we need to beg, alright, players of a different game to give us a go. Like, that's not cool. Just leave it be. There's no sense in dealing with them. Like I said, they're not making their game look better. It makes them look worse. Like, you're telling me that a game, like, let's just be honest. They're telling me that a game with 6 times our player base, 10 times our player base on some days, you're telling me that that game has to literally go around in an almost evangelical manner to advertise their game? Like, that's desperation. It means that the people playing that game are of such low quality that they can't even enjoy their game. They need to break other people's enjoyments of other people's games just to get people to try their game. That does not make me respect them. That just makes me think that they're very, very desperate in a weird way. Which means that, are they free thinkers? Are they free individuals? Or are they literally, you know, and I hate saying it, but are they literally a group of 60,000 slaves? Enslaved by their game, so much so that all they know is that. It's almost like those dystopian futures where all you worship and respect is the corporation. It's sick. How can you be such a fanboy that that's all you think about? It's not right. You know, even if you want to make a comparison, that's fine, but it's just not cool. I know you're joking, Craig, but you probably shouldn't joke in that manner, because some people might think you're serious. Passions do run high. So if you're gonna type sarcasm, you might want to make it extra clear. Because, yeah, some people don't take it that way. I don't know, we'll see. Because as far as I know, they are planning on more like arcade tuning trees. Like basically, they want it, as far as I know, to be something similar to a Paragon board. And if so, then that's good. Yeah, I know. I was just worried that some people might misunderstand that. Okay, 5 minutes left. Let's get out of here. The thing is, there can't be challenging content and then more power on top. So if they're looking at potential power, which is good, they also need to understand that content will eventually have to be tuned up. Eventually, every Descendant will be tuned, will be fine-tuned perfectly, which is good. Okay, everybody, let's get out of the game. Switching to chatting mode. Excuse me. Okay, now, this is very clearly stated above my head. All right? Now, how many people you want to bet won't even look as this? You know? Well, 5.5, but yes. Well, the thing is, if you play, and I'm just going to be very, very upfront with you guys. If you guys play, if you guys choose deliberately to play in a team, then you accept that, especially a public team, you are accepting that, you know, players are going to do whatever they want. So although you would need Bunny to keep up, as you have mentioned, once you're playing in public, you know, you have to accept that. If you want everybody to, you know, play together or things like that in a reasonable manner, then you can organize your own team or use a speed stick. FYI, if you use 3 sprint speed 20% cores, you can actually keep up with Bunny with no problem. Vehicles are not going to be in most of the game, and most of the game is too small for them. They're only going to be in a specific open world area. So please adjust your expectations for vehicles. This is why I also think it was a big mistake for the devs to hype Season 3 without fully explaining to people, because everyone's got misunderstandings about what's coming. We don't have patch notes yet, but eventually we will. When they post on the website, I'll go through them. I don't think there are going to be jetpacks. Maybe there will be, maybe there won't be, but I'm going to say it straight. I don't think they will happen. PJ, I am not part of the EU, and therefore I have no jurisdiction to comment on anything they do. You would have to ask a EU streamer. I'm not worried about whether there is or isn't RJW. All I know is that I don't think that there will be anything related to that, and if there is in future, we'll see. Well, Mr. Drazurik, all you're doing is making your game seem very desperate. So you can hang out here, but nobody's going to care. Alright? So you can keep talking, but all you're doing is making Warframe look worse and worse. I'm just going to be frank with you. Now, we're going to ignore you for the rest of the stream, but you do whatever you want, okay, sir? I don't really care. Truly Deadly Arson? Unnecessary, Cameron. You should be using the Peacemaker. Most people would use the Peacemaker because it's a great speed stick. Plus, it can deal good damage. Very good for terminating elites. Bunny can easily keep up with Keelan. In fact, Bunny is faster than Keelan, to an extent. There's one area in which Keelan is lacking, and that is the fact that Bunny is continuously pulsing with damage, whereas Keelan is not. So occasionally, you might miss a single target. On a perfect run, Keelan and Bunny are about equal, but especially because Keelan can make up for time on bosses, and also he can just cross gaps by dashing across them. However, if you use a proper build, it's pretty much the same. Indeed, RJW, but as I've told that other guy as well, this is a TFD stream, so let's keep the conversation to TFD. I'm not here to discuss Warframe or any other game, and if you want to discuss it, that's fine, but you'll be thrown out of here. Same rule goes across the board for everybody. All right? I don't care what is a good game, what is not a good game. We're not here to debate that. We are only here for one thing and one thing only, all right? We're here for TFD. If you are not here for TFD, good sirs, then please leave, okay? We are not here to talk about any other games. Keep to my rules, and if you cannot agree with my rules or obey my rules, leave. Plain and simple, there's a freaking door, okay? Find a bear, please take note, we have a clean stream rule. So if you want to discuss bunny styles, I will also have to put you out through the door, and I would hate to do that. All right? Keep your conversations clean, ladies and gents. Sorry, that's not the case. We will actually see. The devs showcased an example of her running, but it took her 9 minutes to clear Void Erosion 30, so that, to me, is a gigantic waste of time. They have promised that most Descendants should be between 3 to 5 minutes to clear Void Erosion Purge 30. We will see whether or not they can fulfill their promises. Well, thanks for saying that. Good to see you, Arcane. I don't feel any pressure when playing Bunny at all, because to me it's just do what I'm supposed to do. If somebody's faster, good. But I don't really care whether they are or not. Well, you should have just followed my builds, because I already showed people how to conquer 28 to 30, so if you didn't watch that guide, I'm not sure why. Literally, my guides have already shown exactly what you need to do, so can't really help you there, Suburb. There are no limits, there are no problems with overcoming things. It is literally impossible to get stuck, especially if you follow my loadouts. Please follow my videos, do what I do. It's not hard. If you don't do what I do, then literally the only one to blame is yourself. Not trying to be mean here, but realistically, the content's been out for months. I have already showcased everything, like literally step by step. It cannot be more simple. So do what I do, you'll be fine. Everything you need, Rashad, is on my channel already. Of course we have an Ines build, it's on my channel. That's why I say, anybody that isn't up to date with all my videos, you only have yourself to blame, because they're all literally there. Of course it is, Thanos. 5 hours. I'm just waiting for the patch notes to drop. Well, Rashad, following builds is the best way to go. People will say, I don't really look up builds. I will just be honest with you. That's the fastest way to completely not enjoy the game, because not only will you be inefficient, you'll just feel like everything's a big wall. Unless you want to do all the math yourself, in which case, go ahead, but I really don't recommend it. Well, the game did say it was closing the server, and they posted announcements multiple times, so if you're in the middle of a void, you shouldn't have been doing that. You could lose your data or get your account corrupted. So, yeah. And no, it's actually, specifically, they already said it's 5.5 hours downtime. Check the official Discord. Of course, my builds are the best and the only ones that are relevant. If you want to use other stuff, you can, but I really don't recommend it. Unless you understand what you'll be giving up, because what we post is perfectly optimized builds. Take note of that. Okay, let's go through everything right now, because there's going to be a couple of different things that is going on. All right, we got a lot to read through. Now, you can choose to read through with us. All right, if you want to read ahead, you can go ahead, but take note, we will be taking our time to read through this. Okay, why is it? Because it's a major update today. Anyone who doesn't know that there's a major update today, I would suggest going to the official Discord and, getting familiar with stuff, because otherwise you're going to miss out. Okay, we're going to go through and read this right now. So let's go through it again. Other questions in chat will not be answered. All we're going to do is read through this. All right, so any other questions, any other things that you have will simply not be answered. It will be glossed over. Take note of that. Follow along if you want to. If you don't want to, you can read it yourself. All right? Any other questions will be completely ignored. Take note. Because we're not discussing that. We're going to be discussing this. Okay. Ultimate Blair. Take note. You can acquire blueprints and codes from amorphous materials, and we will be shooting a video while live on stream as well. A little later going through the patch notes without any commentary. So take note of that as well. During that time, there'll be a posted message saying we are going through the patch notes, therefore you will not be spoken to. Okay. Added a new Ultimate Descendant, Ultimate Blair. You can acquire blueprints and codes from amorphous materials. You can acquire the materials needed for research in the Sigma sector. So you're probably going to have to play Sigma sector to get some materials and get the amorphous materials for Ultimate Blair. Equipping Blair or Ultimate Blair will activate the Descendant exclusive quest for Blair. Okay? Completing Blair's exclusive quest rewards you with the chest attachment Pyromaniac Object. Okay? Skill modules. 2 new skill modules are being introduced for Blair. Number 1, Killer Recipe. Attacking an enemy inflicted with burn increases your critical hit rate, critical hit damage, and skill power to deal damage. Attacking an enemy inflicted with burn generates Chef's Touch. Fires a meatball forward that explodes on impact, dealing damage and inflicting burn on enemies. Designates an enemy in front and fires Chef Touch. It flies in pursuit of the designated enemy and deals damage. Okay. I don't know which one this will change, but okay. Next level recipe. Creates a flame zone under your feet at certain intervals. Enemies that step on a flame zone take damage and are inflicted with burn. Spurts fire forward. Fire has up to 3 levels and changes in level when skill effect range reaches a certain value. You can acquire Ultimate Blair skill modules from hard intercept battles and module combine. Okay? So 2 new modules, same as all other Ultimate Descendants. We'll test them both out and find out. So we'll check how they feel in-game. Added Ultimate Blair amorphous materials. Okay. So amorphous material patterns 013, 029, blah, 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 blah. All these can no longer be acquired. Instead, there's now AC variants of 013, 029, 036, 042, 056, 075, 082, 093, all this stuff in-game. Please tune in to tonight's stream so that we can go through with it and we'll tell you like which is the best bang for your buck. All right? That's what we're going to do. Added Void Erosion Purge Challenge difficulty. This will unlock once you clear stage 30. You can access it via the Infiltration Operations Terminal or the Void Erosion Purge Challenge icon on the world map. Challenge consists of 5 stages. Players start at stage 1 and the rest of the stages are locked. After starting Void Erosion Purge, you'll need to defeat the Vulgus Legion to fill the target gauge. When the gauge is full, the final commander will appear. Complete the Void Erosion Purge within the target time to unlock the next stage. If you complete the mission within 12 minutes, you unlock the next stage. Okay, blah blah, same as the normal. Only rounds, MP, and HP items drop from the Vulgus Legion that appear. You cannot obtain other items, Descendant XP, or firearm proficiency from defeating them. Tier X cores and weapon core amplifiers are available as one-time rewards the first time you complete the Erosion Purge mission. Public operation availability. Only Start Private Operation is available for stages 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. All right, so you can do it in a private team, and there's no public matchmaking for the challenge mode. Season reset. The cleared Erosion Purge stages are reset every season episode, allowing you to acquire the first completion reward again. Challenge difficulty is for leaderboards. So the existing Void Erosion Purge has been renamed to normal. Greetings, Foxarella. Good to see you. Okay, Void Erosion Purge Challenge difficulty leaderboard. You can check on the Void Erosion, blah, 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 blah. Ranks players by the highest stage clear time. Okay, so every start of the season, they'll reset the leaderboard. Now, the leaderboard is basically only for challenge mode, so doing stage 30 doesn't matter. It's not really solo only. You can build your own team, Syra, so I would suggest recruiting people if you want to take on this challenge mode. Now, keep in mind, however, that even Monster Hunter Wilds has realized they cannot police their leaderboards, so they've adjusted things to be much better there. I hope they'll do the same here, but we'll see. All right. I'm going to keep an open mind. One second before I carry on. Okay. No. Wilds is good. They actually changed the leaderboard to make it good. because they realize you can't stop cheaters. Cheaters, well, and like it's a never-ending chicken and egg game. So rather than saying worrying about leaderboard timings, they say, okay, as long as you achieve the timing we set, you get it. I hope they do something similar here for their rewards, but we'll see. Okay, external components. Let's talk about it. Firebrand, skill effect range increase, skill duration increase for the 2-set effect. This will most likely replace the Annihilation set for those that required skill duration, but we have to see the base stats. They didn't tell us what the base stat is, so we don't know. We'll test them in game. That said, if you take a 4-piece set, you have a movement speed minus 5%, but it will reduce enemies' fire resistance by 30% as well when inflicted with burn-related effects. So some people might like the set, some people might not. We'll see. Okay, Plague. Tech skill power, singular skill power is boosted up by this, which is because it is an arcade type power. This is really useful for characters that only use those types of skills. The 4-piece effect will reduce your firearm critical hit rate and damage, but increase your toxic skill power. This is excellent on weapons that do not use crits, i.e. the Python set. On acquiring custom resource, your toxic skill power is going to increase as well. 10-second duration. This is excellent for Keelan. Keelan is likely to benefit the most from this because singular skill power, haha. All right, but he's probably going to have to pair it with Python, so take note of that. So Plague set, probably with Keelan. Enlightened Mage. 2-set effect of skill power plus 6%. This is going to be a multiplicative effect, so utilize it because it's a plus, right? So it will multiply with whatever element you already have. Now, the 4-set effect reduces firearm attack, so take note, you should not use this if you are using a gun-based build. Using a non-attribute skill grants 1 stack of truth. Okay, at 3 stacks of truth, non-attribute skill power increases by plus 84%. This is a set designed for Kyle.
Subscriber detected.
So take note that Enlightened Mage is specifically for Kyle, especially if you're going for his headbutt build. Moving Fortress, okay. Defense increase for a 2-set effect. Firearm critical hit rate minus 8%, critical hit damage minus 12%, reduces incoming damage modifier by a percentage of current defense. This would be more for Ajax, but unfortunately right now, it is honestly not going to see much purpose. However, you can pair it with Ajax and Malevolent to drastically increase your damage reductions. So take note of that. Shell Crusher, fire rate plus 5%. This is going to be one of the most useful sets in the game. Pretty much any gun descendant is going to have that, so take note. Attacking, the 4-set effect is useless because attacking anti-void shields with a skill deals additional skill power. Attacking anti-RK shields with firearm deals additional. So if you don't have Voltia, you can use the Shell Crusher set. But take note, 5% fire rate is massive. People might not think that's massive. That's massive. It's multiplicative. So whatever your fire rate is, you're going to get another 5% multiplicative multiplier on top of that. This 2-set effect is going to be very, very useful for, like I said, anyone dependent upon a gun. So get very used to it because this is probably going to, be quite important for good old Glay. Rather than having a full Annihilation set, I might actually go 2-set of this and then 2-set of Firebrand or something like that. We'll see. We'll adjust as needed. I hope they don't disappoint either, but Shell Crusher's 2-set effect is very, very important, especially with the increase to fire rate. So farming up all these external components is probably going to be pretty important for you guys. Okay, reactor and external component option enhancement. They have added a system that allows the enhancing of the options of reactors and external components, so that is in this game. What about Serena? She might benefit from that, but we'll have to see. I mean, again, the Hunter set is quite necessary for Serena, but we can keep an open mind with this. We'll have to look at the base stats as well, because Serena is very dependent upon max hit points. So the extra fire rate, as good as it is, might not be worth sacrificing more max hit points, but we will see. We will test and we'll figure things out. Okay? Now, they've added a system that allows the enhancing of the options of reactors and external components. Option enhancement can be performed at the workbenches in Albion or at outposts. The increase in value by enhancing varies for each option. When attempting enhancement, there's a small chance of triggering a critical success, which increases the option by twice the default increase in value. The amount of materials required for option enhancement increases with each attempt. All right, the amount stays the same after 5 enhancement attempts. Reactor enhancements require quantum crystals and nano compounds. External component enhancements require energy control cores. The amount of materials required to enhance one option is as follows. Enhancing 2 options requires double the amount. Okay, cool. They have now added a metal system. So If you own Descendants, you can get a Descendant badge, Descendant module badge. Um, there's a whole bunch of medals that you can just, I guess, pin on your character. Unlock ultimate weapon cores, own ultimate weapons with unique ability level 4, own ultimate reactors with 3 optimization conditions, own modules with enhancement level 10, clear void erosion purge. Yep. Each time you earn the same medal, the medal's level increases and its appearance changes. Okay. You can view the requirements for earning a medal and claim it in Journal Awards Medals menu. You can equip the medals you earn in the inventory. Okay. Added guide quests. Added beginner's guide for new Descendants who want to enjoy First Descendant. Check objectives, rewards, final rewards, and view guides. Okay. I don't need a badge either, but if we're getting them free, we may as well tack them on. They've added some new modules. Okay. There's an interesting one. The window is a little weird, but okay. What I'm gonna do is that because they've done up their window in a weird way, I'm gonna just copy paste all the information into like a Word document. So Google Docs. Vindros, keep your chats clean or you will be removed. Please take note of that. Okay, good sir. All right, here we are. Let's read the information now. So the first one is called Elemental Resistance Battlesuit. Converts a very, very small proportion of your defense to a percentage that adds incoming damage modifier. When attribute damage is received, adds a percentage of your defense to attribute resistance against the received attribute damage for 10 seconds. Up to 3 stacks, this effect is not stackable. Huh? Up to 3 stacks, but this effect is not stackable. Are they okay? Whatever, I don't care. Veil Analyzer. This is for general rounds. Upon a successful weak point attack, all attribute attack increase by a certain percentage. Not bad. This is specifically for this would apparently be for also deleting Void Shield. So anyone that doesn't have Voltia can take advantage of Veil Analyzer. Okay. New multi-hit chance module. It will increase multi-hit chance and increase weak point damage. Consecutive weak point strikes. That's what it's called. Didn't we already have one that reduces fire rate? I don't get it. But whatever, okay. Okay, there's one for general rounds. First class marksman. Firearm attack increases and multi-hit chance increases. Okay. There's one that also does multi-hit damage and firearm attack. It's a rare module. So, purple in color. Not quite sure how these are going to fit into builds, but okay. Ah, fair enough. Makes sense, Sarah. Thanks for clarifying. There's one that increases multi-hit chance and rounds per magazine. So I guess this is like for those weapons that, you know, they have multi-hit chance and weak point damage. I guess you could like kind of like focus fire. It's like just stacking them together. So fair enough. Okay, that's all. All of them are roughly the same. But yeah, it's just more in between modules, I reckon. They've done the same across all of them. I'm not seeing anything unique here, but at least they have this Veil Analyzer. So anyone that doesn't have Voltia can now utilize this. Veil Analyzer will be for those that really, really want to go into void vessels with, you know, something that is not Voltia. So you don't necessarily need Voltia. You can just use a Veil Analyzer. Any way to get mods, just go into the game and combine them, dude. Yeah, it's just added multi-hit stuff, so that's fine. I guess if we're looking at multi-hit, we'll have to figure out the best way to include them. Okay, moving on. Let's go back to the shop. There will be the new Dandy Corn bundle, so I have to buy that later today because that is what I was requested to do. There's going to be some new event challenges, so take note of that. Here's the announcement, apparently. Okay, so there's going to be 3 events for the update. Voltia is a weapon that was in the previous season's Battle Pass. You don't have it, too bad. But at least there are modules now to help you overcome the gap. For my channel plays, first rule, don't ever ask for being a moderator. And number 2, you'd have to be one of my top supporters. With all due respect, good sir, the fact that it's the first time I've ever seen you and the fact that you literally asked to be a mod will mean that you will never become a moderator for me, just so you know. Trust is earned, not asked for, okay? And it gives me an extremely negative impression of you if that's the first thing you're going to ask. Okay, let's go back to the events. We would like to inform you of the events that will begin on this update, okay? Log into the game and receive a variety of rewards. So first and foremost, if we log in during this period, up to the 23rd of April, we are going to get the surprise egg emote, as well as 1 million gold, which is not enough. They should be giving us 10 million. Okay, Ingress Guardian Blair. From now up until the 21st of May, okay, we can complete daily challenges to earn a variety of rewards. The challenges are very simple. 3 regional missions or play up to 60 minutes, okay? The rewards are going to change week to week. There's a whole bunch of stuff here. I recommend you check it out yourself. But they seem pretty interesting, and we do get advanced stabilizers. So yeah, that's going to look good, especially for Blair. Okay, let's carry on. The other event, weekly fire support. Okay, complete weekly challenges. So this is a weekly mission. If you complete 3 researches, you get a 1 Descendant slot. So those of you who want to earn Descendant slots, do not miss this weekly challenge, okay? You're going to get a Descendant slot if you complete 3 researchers, which won't take long if you're farming Ultimate Blair. They're literally trying to give you the Descendant slot for Ultimate Blair, so make sure you have that. You get a Sieve Skin, 30 Dimension Analyzers, and 1 Crystallization Catalyst up for grabs. Okay, so make sure you complete a Crystallization Catalyst research. That's going to be important. Okay, good. Completing 4 Void Intercept battles in week 2 will give you Crystallization Catalyst, Energy Activator, all the goody gum drops. Week 3, you have to just complete infiltration operations, some regional missions. It's mostly dimension analyzers. Then it's just Kuiper and gold. So yeah, each of these 5 weeks will have their own rewards. They're nothing major, but you can definitely enjoy those. Okay, so there you go. All right, that's it for events. Let's talk about content improvements. Okay, in terms of content improvements, here's what we got. Champion monsters no longer use skill interruption or MP leech. So they're making the game even easier in normal mode. Okay. Kingston, the Sterile Land mission improvements. They've shortened mission times for Kingston. Okay. Vespers Fortress mission improvements. These are all normal mode improvements, so I don't really care. Okay, in terms of void fragments and void fusion reactors no longer require void shards. Void shards cannot be acquired from void fragments, special operations, or quests. The guide message for void fragments has been deleted, so we no longer need to worry about fragments. I had billions, but they've just been removed because I think they just felt it was an additional grind, so no more of this crap. Invasion main story mission. Remove the invasion's hidden mechanics from the invasion main story mission. Okay. Sigma sector. Increase firearm XP and Descendant XP gain from high-risk Sigma sector from 30,000 to 160,000. So now you'll be able to level up your Descendants and firearms in the Sigma sector, if you so choose. Increase the drop rate of modules by 1.4 times. Energy control cores can now be obtained in Sigma sector. So those of you hoping to improve your external components, you can do that now. Erosion Purge difficulty improvements. Increase the skill damage of Descendants in stage 21 to 31. Increase the advantage affinity firearm damage in stages 21 to 30. Using the correct affinity will now be very, very useful. Erosion Purge improvements. Added support drones to normal and challenge difficulties. Adjusted the numbers for awards that are hard to achieve. Respond to support requests 50 to 20, 500 to 50. Acquire high-value relics 100 to 1, 250 to 5, 500 to 13, 1,000 to 25. Okay, so these are for awards. Okay, Descendants, Ultimate Bunny. Now you can obtain Ultimate Bunny in normal mode. All right, they've added some special variants of amorphous patterns where you can get Ultimate Bunny in normal mode. Okay. Serena, when a skin without wings is equipped, the wings will now be only visible when a skill is used. So that makes me feel sad. Ultimate Blair will not dominate Void Erosion Purge 30 because the enemies are resistant to fire. FYI, even if they upgrade skill damage, please take note that the enemies are going to have a lot of fire resistance. If you really want to talk about it, I would suggest using a chill-based Descendant in there. So take note, because he's not going to dominate it. But you're welcome to believe whatever you want to believe. All right. Weapons and modules. And also, please, before making judgments, let's actually test, because I don't like judgments that are made not on a factual basis. Reducing your fire rate resistance by 30% is not going to change anything, Vindros. Okay, this is why I hate when people make judgments, all right? Not having a go at you, but I want to set the record straight, because this is one of the stupid things that I have to deal with every single bloody time. Okay, let me give you a very quick math example. And this is why I say, if you want to understand things, wait till you're actually in the game to test, and also make sure you do your math beforehand. Again, not having a go at you, but I have to deal with this every single time, so I'm going to do the explanation once, and I want you guys to listen. Let's say your fire resistance is 25,000, just as an example, yeah? Fire resistance 25,000, okay? You have to multiply that by, say, 70%, because you're now reducing it by 30%, okay? What's your final fire rate resistance? Let's do the math in your head. What is 30% of 25,000? Okay, 2,500 multiplied by 3, 7,500. You should be able to do the math in your head. Remove 7,500 from this. What do you get? You get 17,500. Okay, there's the math right there. So this is your final fire resistance. But what if the enemy has 100 chill resistance? Do you see how there's still a difference in numbers no matter what? I'm just giving you an example. Of course, the enemies don't have that much fire resistance. We don't actually know how much they have. But the point is, no matter how much fire resistance you have, reducing it by 30% is still going to be a whole lot of fire resistance when compared to the fact that, let's say they're weak against chill. You can actually see this in the Colossus page if you look at the basic information. If you look at the Colossus information, when they're resistant to an element, they've got like 20,000 resistance or something. When they're weak to the element, the resistance is like 1. So in which case, if you want to, you can actually reduce their resistance further, which is important. That's the crucial key here. You want to go where resistances are low. Well, thank you, Vendros. Just remember, guys, before we test anything, don't make any judgments early. Unless you know the math behind the game, do not make an early judgment, okay? It is very important that we stick to the facts. And yeah, the Serena wings, they still shouldn't remove them on premium skins. It's so stupid though. One person suggested that, and now we all have to deal with the consequences. I liked her wings. It made her unique. You know, even if she was in a general skin, it's like, hey, she's got wings. Sure, they'll be visible when she uses her skills, but I liked seeing her wings on her. It was part of her character. They're just removing this for no reason. It's dumb, in my personal opinion. Why? We got to make every character look the same? Come on. Okay, let's carry on. Weapons and modules. Unique ability enhancement or core unlocking performed once on a weapon will now apply to all identical weapons. So, let's say you build a second last dagger. Its cores will already be unlocked and it will be fully enhanced in terms of unique ability, all right? So take note of that. If you dismantle or sell a weapon with a unique ability enhancement and or unlock cores and acquire the identical weapon again, it'll have the same unique ability enhancement and or unlock cores. Okay? However, this does not apply to weapons that were removed before the update patch. If you have more than one copy of the same weapon at the time of the patch, their unique ability levels will be combined. If you have one copy of Smithereens with unique ability enhancement level 2 and another copy with enhancement level 1, both copies will now be at level 3. So if both copies are at 4, it'll now be at level 5. If both copies are level 3, it'll now be at level 4. Okay? All right, let's carry on. If you had 2 or more of the same firearms with unlocked cores at the time of the patch, you receive core binders used in access via in-game mail. Firearms with unlocked cores can be dismantled, sold, or used for enhancing unique abilities and as materials for weapon level transmission. A warning will be displayed when registering a firearm with a core as a material for enhancing unique abilities or weapon level transmission. A warning will be displayed when selling a firearm equipped with a core. They've improved... One second. I also have to check this message. Oh, okay. Unimportant. Good.
They have improved to apply explosive attack for modules that have firearm attack stats from rare modules that can be equipped to all high-powered rounds for firearm modules. Okay, great. What does this mean? Firearm critical hit rate, all right, now will increase firearm explosive attack as well. So previously it increased firearm attack. Now the change text will say that it increases firearm critical hit rate and firearm and also explosive attack. All right, so things that only applied to firearms before will now apply to explosive attack as well, for rare modules. For ultimate modules, it'll be the same now. So previously you could not use like this toxic conductor and stuff. Now you can, because if you inflict an enemy with frostbite, it will now inflict explosive attack. This will be extremely relevant for restored relic. So take note that this will be pretty good if you are going to be a restored relic type player, which will be quite important for higher stage void erosion purges. All right, being able to use Glaze restored relic is going to be excelente. So this is quite important. It will help. Good. UI and UX. Change to fix certain icons of small items to make it easier to get to key UI buttons in the same menus when navigating with a gamepad. Okay, blah, 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 blah. This is all UI, UX. Yep, they've made some good changes. I do like it. They've added a play/stop and play speed option to Descendant's pose change function. So now you can pause the motion when they're about to pose or something whenever you want, therefore adding better poses to your photo mode. So get ready for some cute shit to happen. They've added a filter option, so now you can now Instagram your girls if you really, really want that. Added a slow move function to the camera. Okay. They've changed the reset button's input to hold, and activating hide UI hides the mouse cursor as well. Okay. I don't know, honestly, Falatolane. We're gonna wait and see. I personally hope that they don't extend maintenance, but you know, so you guys can get on and play, because I won't be playing until about 8, 9 in the evening. So yeah. Day, that is for summer. If it was in this update, I would be telling you about it. That is going to be in July, so please don't ask about it now. Y'all have already been told the time frame for this. Everybody should know it. Don't know why people are still asking about it now. They said summer. Is it summer now? Summer's in July, right? Come on. It's going to be there. All right. This is still spring-ish, I think. It's still spring, right? Yeah, it's still spring. It's still hay fever season. So it's not till summer. That's July. Okay. Coming back to miscellaneous stuff. Changed item type info as previously. Okay, blah, blah. You can now view your max and average DPS in the laboratory. So that's going to be a great addition for testing DPS. Very good. Modified unnecessary descriptions for some external components. Good. Okay, they reduced the selling value of Ultimate Bunny stuff from 15 to 3 at ETA 0 because she can now be acquired in normal mode, but hashtag sad. Evolving skins save pain information at each stage of their evolution. Okay. Okay. They've made the fellows back attachments and spawn or despawn skins common. So your sheepdog and Vesper's hunting dog can equip both. Sorry, Bunny's been devalued. Change the aggregation standards of the perform arcade tuning condition. Okay. I'm just going to read through this myself and see if there's anything relevant. For the purpose of optimization, some monsters' effects have been simplified. Good. Entire body area of some monsters is now... For the purpose of optimization, the entire body area of some monsters in the Sigma sector is now a weak point. The defect sentry, defect scrap heap, a sieve, shredder, trap ball, and ripper, Their entire body is now a weak point. Bro. Poor fellas. In-game web guide button. Okay. Added quest rewards for players in the early stages of the game. So basically now they're like, if you run into difficulty in the game, there's an in-game web guide button, except that YouTube videos are still pretty much better than any of those, so whatever. Haley's components are still the same. There would be no change for that. That is true, Vindros. I can't disagree with that. Okay, they fixed an issue where Ines's chain lightning and floating lightning skills cannot hit certain objects. Fixed an issue where some of Ines's hit effects are applied with excessively slow speed on a target whose speed has been undermined. Fixed an issue where Ines's chain lightning and floating lightning disappear when touching terrain. Okay, I think they walk back the whole terrain thing. We shall see. We will have to test with Ines, but I get the feeling that they walk back that change because, like I said, we can deal with the lower damage, but yeah, that change was no good. Fixed an issue where the reset cooldown effect of Veterans Tactics module resets passive skill cooldown. So, okay, grand. So Lepic can no longer be invulnerable. Change the display the completion image when completing all of today's bonus in the Sigma sector. Change to highlight NPCs in Albion when selecting the acquisition information related to Sigma sector in the library. Fix an issue where Aisha's squad MIA recording appears in duplication to journal records. Fix an issue where the acquisition source of certain items obtainable through special operations was displayed incorrectly in the library. Okay, great. So that's everything that came in today. Yeah. Lots of stuff. Lots of stuff. Cool. Now, open discussion, and later on I'll shoot the video personally. So I'll turn my music back on and we can have a full discussion. So, what do you guys think of the patch notes so far? I mean, Bunny was always intended as being fast, so I'm happy with that. I don't think Blair will get quality of life changes because he's pretty okay. Plus, we need to test his new modules. We'll have to see whether Ines is a possible win or not. Well, I'm glad some of you feel positive about it. I'm glad you guys feel it's interesting. I hope so, David. We'll see. I have no opinion until we actually test it, but I'll check it later tonight. Well, you don't really need reactor rerolls. You can just enhance the abilities, and pretty much that's really easy to get, so just take note. We will have to test it tonight. I think it's going to be quite important. I agree. I too, loved what they showed of Ultimate Blair. I think the real implementation should be alright. I will definitely be trying the reactor enhancements, that's for sure, because I've got a great reactor that I want to use for farming Blair, and I'm going to check that out and, go farm Blair. I will use Blair to farm Blair. It'll probably be funny, as they said, but I'll check it out myself as well. Yeah, the terrain thing was definitely weird. Don't worry about what time it is for me. Worry about this timer here. But for me, it is 1:38 p.m. It would seem that we are moving in the correct direction, but again, it's going to be an interesting one. I do not know for sure how this is going to go, but, Wait a minute, I just realized something. We haven't seen Mystic today. I'm gonna give her some shit about this later. Ha! The reactor and component enhancement thing is something that I'm really looking forward to. I think that that's going to be very, very important. Like the very best stats, you know, we're gonna need that. I don't think you'll need to get crits. I'm pretty sure you can just spend the resources to maximize them. Like I said, I'll test out the system later. Hey, thanks, Lewis. The first of my super chat-a-thon. I guess I'll stay on an extra 5 minutes later. I've been sleepwalking. You know, I'll tell you one thing. Everybody's all like, the Descendants are all like emotionally involved. No, I didn't, Mr. Panda Gaming. That is a terrible, terrible accusation. I would never do that. I don't know. We'll test it out tonight, Vindros. I want to enhance my shit to like the max. Well, Mirgen, this is a TFD stream, so I'm going to give you a 5-minute timeout. All right. Jokes are fine, but let's have respect for the devs of this game, shall we? I am literally an official content creator here, so please enjoy my music. It's free. I'm also on major music platforms like Spotify, Apple Music, Amazon Music, wherever you want. But official platforms release on a per album basis, so my latest stuff is not there until the full album is done. Then I release. Quantum crystals, same as before. The same thing we've been using to make reactors and all that, so when you dismantle reactors, you'll get them. The only one is for external components. You have to be in Sigma sector. You have to swim around there. To me, it seems like you're just gonna upgrade, but we'll test the system later, and then I'll give feedback on it. At least there's no gacha where you have to get specialized powder, P-Row. Can you imagine if they did it like a mobile game? You have to get special powder just to upgrade your shit. I think that'll be terrible. The problem, Vindros, is that if I'm not wrong, New World has more players than we do. Oh no, we're still beating New World. Nice! Okay, yeah, you can be a traumatized New World player. I will take a break, Syra. I won't be on the entire time. Well, unless like we hit the super chat goal and like 30 people super chat, then sure, you know, like I'll be there all the way until it comes up, but there's no point. 'Cause I'm still gonna take a nap. I can't stream when my folks need their rest because they're old, so I have to let them rest as well. And since we all share this house, my streaming will disturb them when they need their nap. You don't have the new resource, I believe. That's in Sigma sector. I'm not 100% sure, but we'll see. No problem, Lewis. I'll be shooting a video later in front of you guys again, but I just don't do it right now. I'll do that in about an hour. No idea clips and stuff. You just have to wait and see how many they plan on releasing. I would say keep all the reactors with ideal stats. I mean, you can build Serena if you want. She's not nerfed, that's for sure. Somebody so confidently told me yesterday she's gonna get nerfed today, but she didn't, so. Yeah, some people said that, Isaac Newton, but did I say that? Let me ask you this question, did I say it? Unless I say it, you don't have to worry about it. So I say again, ladies and gents, unless I say it, don't even worry about it. When I say it, then it's a problem. because I only speak facts. I only speak about things that are actually implemented in the game. So who cares what somebody else says? What authority do they have? Are they a dev? Are they an official content creator? Are they the world's greatest human being? No? Then don't worry about it. Now, will Serena be nerfed in future? Yes. At some later date, but we don't know when. All right? I think that they're going to consider things very carefully before actually nerfing her, because last time Ines was met with a lot of backlash. All right, enjoy your sleepy time, Foxarella. I'll see you tonight.
If a tree falls in a forest and
No one's around, does it even make a sound?
if I'm screaming at the top of my lungs and no one's listening,
Go ahead. Just make sure y'all keep my stream up and running, yeah? You gotta make sure your boy gets paid. Now, for those that haven't yet registered me as your creator, please make sure to do so, okay? The more of you that register me as your creator, the better. Hit the link that's in chat right now, and I'd be very grateful. Yeah, hopefully the terrain thing fixes an S. Feel free. Go get your laundry done because there's nothing much to do for now. I'm just taking a short break for my throat, and then I will record the video later. Thank you, Nightshade. Very kind of you to give memberships. Yeah, I'm just gonna wait for a little while, let my throat relax for a bit, and then later I'll record it live, the patch notes video. Please do give your thanks to Nightshade.
oh my God, what have I done? I'm still here and they have gone. Life moves on.
Excuse me. I can't wait to actually farm these Amorphous and get my ultimate Blair. This timing, 4 hours, 42 minutes. That's all you need to worry about, John. By the way, I'm pretty sure that they showcase it on the official Discord in your time. Just remember this. That's when your game comes back. And that's when all the new stuff drops. Got it? How do you people live without Discord? Like, that's literally how I talk to all my friends. Y'all just live in this bubble without friends. Like, yo, come on. Who doesn't use Discord these days? It's so useful. Yeah, man. Like, like you're living in this bubble, you know? What do you use to talk to your friends then? I mean, unless you only use like WhatsApp, Telegram, some stuff like that, but fair enough. Everybody's got friends. Thanks, Exiled Alpha. I'm always keeping up the good content. Get Discord, it's good. It's good for your health, alright? You can talk to your friends and poke them from time to time. Why are you all friendless? Like, Jesus Christ. Okay, whatever. You can hang out here instead, but come on. Come on, guys. Okay, wait. So, Syra, you use Instagram, but you got no friends. Like, you know, like... Well, phone, you're still going to use an app on your phone, right? You can use Discord, you can use WhatsApp, Telegram. There's a lot of ways to contact your friends, right? So it's not just by phone, unless you're going to tell me, bro, that you're going to be like calling them old school with the phone and be all like, hey, man, what's up? You know, I just need you to come out today. Oh, yeah, Snapchat too, I guess. To be one of you, but I don't know how. Damn, bro, you old school. You old school, bro. Okay, I dig that. I respect it. That's also fair. You can be old. No problem. We're gonna do a proper video for the patch notes in a while. So anyone that missed it, don't worry. You get a second chance. I'm just resting my throat a bit. Yeah, I did it my way though. So I haven't shared the build yet. I will share it when it's done. It's almost done. But we'll see. Excuse me. 6% is not difficult. Just open up like 100 amorphous. Won't be hard. I'll show you guys how to do it later. I should probably be able to, if I'm not wrong, finish it in one session. Hey, Steam has the update, guys, so make sure you guys download the update now. Okay. You can't be civil and you've got no friends in for life. Then okay, man. Nothing else I can do to help you. I will probably end at a regular time today, but I'll try to be on early later. Yeah, most likely. Enjoy, Tyler. In my game, nothing seems to pull me out of this. This black hole is where I exist. This black hole is where I exist. Somebody save me from myself. I'm drowning, I don't wanna lose you. Somebody save me from myself. I'm drowning, I don't wanna lose you. It's all too familiar, I know how this ends. I love this song, it's my favorite. I don't ever look at damage, John C. I've told you that before. I don't give a shit about damage. All that matters to me is that I can finish at the fastest possible rate. So damage for me is never an important factor. You've been busy with the new place? No problem. Check out my music whenever you like, BVS. Hey, thanks for still being a Plus Ultra member. I appreciate you. And you've got a date tomorrow. Well, Star's gonna be happy with that. I'm joking. But if you are, like, you know, obviously, I don't think you are taking out Star, but in case you are and I somehow guessed it right, then that's also really, really weird, but okay. Hope you have fun regardless. I love messing with BVS every single time. I'm sorry, bro. You haven't been here in a while. I know, but I have to mess with you, okay? I haven't bullied you in, like, weeks, bro. I'm dying here. You remember when we first started TFD and everyone was like, you needed better friends because I bullied you every day? Like, I'm dying inside, you know. Without you here, I just don't have anybody to bully. So I feel sad, you know. So I saw my opportunity and I had to take it. Cause I just had to, you know. Anyway, from all of us here, we're wishing you good luck on your date, my friend. I hope you have a great time with her. All right, have a good time, have fun, you know. And now is the time to enjoy your youth, and you deserve happiness just like all of us. All right. So, wishing you all the best, my friend. Introduce your new girl to your weird Mass Effect nerdiness and how much you love that series. Also, picks after the date. I'm pretty sure for BVS it should be a her. Unless I'm wrong. And I don't know my own friend's sexuality. But I'm pretty sure I'm not wrong. Because I rarely, if ever, am. I won't be streaming the whole maintenance, no. I do have to let my parents take a nap, and if I'm streaming the whole way, it will be disturbing for them because I live with my elderly parents, in case you guys didn't know. So, yeah, just be aware of that. But I will be on again later in the evening.
Days of toil, the nights of dread, slave to hellish family, praying for her death. They'll be dead eventually. Beating hooves, trumpets blare.
Yeah, sure. Post in Discord, man. We'd love to cheer you on, man. If you want to.
Father hatches a plan with her older sister.
But yeah, I'll be here. I'll be here as long as I can. Well, I'm the only son, so if I don't take care of them, who will, right? Responsibility is a choice, but it's important. Family first, right? I always said it. Oh, BVS. Giving Rena one.
Love at first sight, they said. The prince has her, he will wed. And if it can't be arranged, the father says her face could always be changed. And they celebrate when she falls. One last dance before the balls, and all the kingdom cheers. A charming prince, the oldest daughter is here. Midnight, she's finally free. A little taste of life away from misery. Midnight, rain perilous night. By dawn she'll be imprisoned once again.
1 second, yeah, I gotta set this up so that I can record the patch notes video. Okay. Wow, Rena. Cold, man, cold. That's ice cold, bro. Technically, this is not calming music, but if you actually listen to the songs, you'll realize why. See you later, Lewis. This is actually very, very sad music if you listen to the lyrics. Poor BVS, always getting blocked. It's okay, bro. It's okay.
Dear child, can you hear my voice? Echoes of distant songs. I'll carry
Your memory.
as long as I'm still
Well, thanks for enjoying it, RL.
One light has dimmed from my life, 2 decades gone. Can't believe that
It is very nice and relaxed, isn't it? Okay. All right, let's do this. Time to record the patch notes video. Okay, I'll wait for the song to end actually. By the way, for anyone that's interested in my music, you can acquire it here or listen to it early on my YouTube music channel. These two places. You get the releases before my official places like Spotify, Apple Music, all that. Because Spotify and Apple Music is on a per album basis, so I usually have to gather up my songs first, then release them later. Although my second album's already out. Love this song. It's a lot of fun knowing that I can just make music now. Your memory is alive. Of course, make a public playlist of my music and share it, all right? Okay, let's do this. Now, ladies and gents, those of you who are new to my channel, you may not know that we do this, but we are recording the patch notes video live. So please understand that I will not respond to chat while we do so. All right, so this is going to be a live studio recording. Okay, so you guys are going to get to see how we do these recordings live. I've done this for the past few patches, and I think it goes really well. So those of you who missed the earlier reading of the patch, now you guys are going to get the breakdown, but this time there's going to be a lot less commentary. We are going to focus on just the patch notes and what's in them. The Dandy Corn is a new skin that you guys will get to see later in the game. All right, we're about to begin the recording soon, so once I start, please take note, I will not be responding to chat, so I kindly ask those of you who are here, if anyone is unaware, please let them know that I'm doing a live recording, and then after it's done, I'll happily answer whatever questions they have. Okay, so let's begin together. Recording start. All right, what up, ladies and gents? It's your favorite Asian robot right here. Hopefully your favorite official content creator for the First Descendant. And today we are talking about update 1.2.14. In fact, we are recording this video live in front of my stream audience. So they're in the background watching the shenanigans happen. So let's go through it and let's talk about everything that's in this patch. Now, first and foremost, take note that Ultimate Blair is a thing and he is releasing today. The acquisition method is actually back to the amorphous materials, and I'll tell you about that shortly. So let's go through this without further ado. All right, Ultimate Blair. You can acquire the blueprints and codes for Ultimate Blair from amorphous materials. Okay, so it's back to old school style. You can also acquire the materials needed to research Ultimate Blair from the Sigma sector. So there's two places you're going to need to go. You're going to need to obtain all his pieces, and then you're going to need to obtain the research stuff from the Sigma sector. Now, equipping either Blair or Ultimate Blair will activate the new Descendant exclusive quest for Blair. So take note of that. Completing Blair's exclusive quest will grant you a chest attachment. Now, there are two skill modules being added for Blair. The first skill module is called Killer Recipe. Attacking an enemy inflicted with burn increases your critical hit rate, critical hit damage, skill power. Let me just double check if any of this was updated. Okay, phew, it hasn't been. Great, so I'm reading the correct one for you. Sorry. Anyway, the first one will increase critical hit rate, critical hit damage, skill power to deal damage. Attacking an enemy inflicted with burn generates Chef's Touch. Fires a meatball forward that explodes on impact, dealing damage and inflicting burn on enemies. Designates an enemy in front and fires the Chef's Touch. It flies in pursuit of the designated enemy and deals damage. So it's kind of like VS's passive, I'm assuming, but we'll see how that works. The next is Next Level Recipe. Okay, this will create a flame zone under your feet at certain intervals. Enemies that step on the flame zone take damage and are inflicted with burn. It spurts fire forward. Fire is up to 3 levels and changes in level when skill effect range reaches a certain value. Okay, so you can increase the level of this by up to 3 times. You can acquire Ultimate Blair's skill modules from hard intercept battles and combining modules, so we'll have to look for that as well. I'm looking forward to testing it once I craft Ultimate Blair, and keep in mind that we'll be farming Ultimate Blair. Okay, some of the older amorphous patterns have been completely removed, and they have now been replaced by AC variants of those very same amorphous patterns, because this will now have his cells, stabilizer, spiral catalyst, so that's what we'll farm later tonight. They've also added the challenge difficulty for the Void Erosion Purge. Okay, this is a new difficulty where it's not used for farming. This is literally just for time attacking. So you will go through these stages and clear them to try and get the best time. Players will start at stage 1 and the rest of the stages are locked. After starting the Void Erosion Purge, you'll need to defeat the Vulgus Legion in order to fill the target gauge. When gauge is full, final commander will appear. Void Erosion, the Erosion Purge completion timing is 12 minutes as it was before. Okay, so basically everything else is the same. Now, keep this in mind very clearly. In terms of the rewards for the new challenge mode, only rounds, MP, and HP items drop from the Vulgus Legions that appear. You cannot obtain other items, Descendant XP, or Firearm XP in the challenge mode. Okay? Tier 10 cores and weapon core amplifiers are available as one-time rewards the first time you complete the Erosion Purge mission. Okay? Public operation availability, you can only start a private operation for the challenge mode, stages 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. There is no public matchmaking. Okay? And each season will reset the challenge mode. All right. The leaderboard has been shifted only to the challenge mode, so take note of that. The regular Void Erosion Purge is now called normal, and that's where you will farm your cores. Okay. Now, here's some other stuff that they've done. Oh, they didn't state it here, but they say it later on in the patch notes. However, they've made it so that skill damage is now viable in the normal Void Erosion Purge as well. So do take note of that, and I think it will be very interesting to see. Okay. Now, external components. Okay, there are some new external components that have been added to the game. I want you guys to take note of these. And also, I just realized that there's this shadow here. Sorry about this, okay? The shadow is actually from my very, very cheap green screen. So you'll have to live with the shadow for a little bit. You know, Jacob Marley's ghost is hanging out there. Anyway, here is the new external components. Okay. Let me just scroll this. Yep, 10 seconds duration. Okay. All right. So the Firebrand external component set will essentially have skill effect range increase. The name would be slightly cut off, so I'll have to just do something like that because it's cut off on this side. I don't know why they do it in this weird way, but anyway, Firebrand set is mainly for Blair. The 2-piece set effect is that skill effect range increases, skill effect duration increases, and the 4 set effect will actually reduce your movement speed. And on a fire skill attack against an enemy, it reduces the fire resistance of that enemy by 30%. I probably would not recommend the 4-piece effect, but you can take advantage of the 2-piece effect, which would supersede the Annihilation set's 2-piece. So if this one has better stats, I would say use that. And you can also probably combine it with the 2-piece of the Annihilation set if you desperately need a lot of duration. So take note of that. Okay, Plague. For the Plague set, the 2-piece effect is tech skill power and singular skill power being increased. This particular set is actually very good for Keelan because although it reduces critical hit rate and critical hit damage for firearms, it will increase your toxic skill power, and on acquiring a custom resource, your toxic skill power will be additively increased for 10 seconds, which is really, really good. All right, so very, very happy with that. The Enlightened Mage set appears to be a set that is designed for, in my personal opinion at least, I believe it's designed for Kyle. It reduces firearm attack but increases skill power at 2 pieces. And for the 4 set effect, it will also increase your non-attribute skill power. Take note that the firearm attack decreases only for the 4 set effect. But I have a feeling that this would be really, really good for using with Kyle to headbutt enemies and dish out immense damage. So I would be using this to speed farm certain bosses for sure. Okay, Moving Fortress. This one will increase your defense with a 2-piece set, and the 4-piece set will reduce firearm critical hit rate and damage, but also reduce incoming damage by a certain modifier of your current defense, which is really nice. Now, Shell Crusher is going to be the set that is used on almost every single gun descendant because 2-piece effect increases your fire rate by 5%, which is honestly massive because it will allow the rest of the multiplicative increases to go even higher since this is an additive. No, sorry. It is a multiplicative increase as well. Okay, well, either way, it's still going to be useful because fire rate is hard to increase. And yeah, I have a feeling it's going to be great unless the sets have like really bad base stats. But I'm really looking forward to this one. Also, remember this. The 4-piece set of the Shell Crusher can actually be used to substitute for Voltia. Why is that the case? If you attack an anti-void shield, you will deal additional damage with your skills. Attacking anti-RK shields with a firearm will deal additional damage with that firearm. So Shell Crusher is basically, if you don't have Voltia, use this, okay? All of them can be obtained from Sigma Sector. So you're going to want to bum around Sigma Sector a lot. So yeah. You don't need Shell Crusher to farm for firearm proficiency, FYI. Firearm proficiency is based on the enemy defeated. Even if you defeat an enemy with skills, you can still get firearm proficiency, so take note of that. I normally don't answer questions when I'm filming this video, but that was an important one, and in case anyone has this misunderstanding, the more bullets you fire doesn't mean you get more firearm proficiency. You get firearm proficiency just holding the gun in your hand and defeating enemies, and also at the end of a mission. Okay, I'll have to move on for now. Reactor and external component option enhancement. They've added a system that allows the enhancing of options of reactors and external components. Option enhancement can be performed at workbenches in Albion or at outposts. So this is from your workbench, okay? The increase in value by enhancing varies for each option. When attempting enhancement, there's a small chance of triggering a critical success, which increases the option by twice the default increase in value. The amount of materials required for option enhancement increases with each attempt. The amount stays the same after 5 enhancement attempts. Reactor enhancements require quantum crystals and nano compounds. Okay. Somebody had commented in the chat earlier before I start the recording that this sounds like there's a chance that the enhancement won't go through. So it's like an RNG factor. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, let's find out how it works and how it goes through. Like, honest to God, I wouldn't know, but I'm very interested to see how it happens. I will test the system myself. Okay, next. Oh, as for the materials for enhancing these things, for reactors, you're going to need quantum crystals and nano compounds, which is acquired pretty easily by dismantling reactors. And then for the external components, you are going to need energy control cores. As far as I know, the energy control cores are obtained in, guess what? Sigma Sector. So there you go. Okay, they've added a medal system. Medals are given for certain things that you achieve in the game. So that's pretty much it. Some of them will give you like Council of Magisters, and achieving different things will enhance the look of the medal. So for example, owning 20 ultimate reactors that are enhancement level 5 will give you the first medal. Then ultimate reactors with 3 optimization conditions, you have to own 20 of them. That gives you the second one. Then you own modules that are enhancement level 10. All right, it'll give you the third one. So on and so forth, kind of like that. Okay, so some of these medals are only for certain things. Some of these medals are not. So, you know, go at it as you like. All right, they've added some guide quests for beginners. Now they've added some new modules. I'm actually going to give you the summary. If you guys want to read the whole thing, you can do so. But I've already gone through this on stream. And basically what they've added is the main thing is this elemental resistance battlesuit. Okay, this one is for Descendants, and it will convert your defense into attribute resistance or incoming damage modifier. So that's really, really interesting and pretty good. So look forward to that if you want to play defensively, although I think most builds will not utilize that. They've also added this thing called Veil Analyzer, I believe, across all weapon ammo types. What the Veil Analyzer does is pretty cool. When you successfully attack a weak point, all attribute attack will increase for 5 seconds, all right? And the usual condition is up to 10 stacks -2 on failure. I believe the cooldown will be 20 seconds. It also gives you this 1,500% firearm attack as additional damage when attacking anti-RK shields with a firearm. So this can be pretty useful for both anti-void shields and anti-RK shields. I'll have to check it in game just to make sure this isn't a typo, because it seems a little strange to me. But that being said, what this thing can do seems pretty awesome, and it could replace Voltia, so you could essentially turn any weapon into Voltia. The rest are all multi-hit, multi-hit damage modules that have been added to certain other modules, things like that. So feel free to browse through this if you want. Okay, coming back to the new modules. Again, they've added the same thing across the board. I don't think they've added anything unique. If I'm wrong on this, please feel free to tell me in the comments. But yeah, basically it's just additions of modules that support like multi-hit. For example, one is like rounds per magazine plus 30%, but now it also comes with multi-hit damage, when previously it was like rounds per magazine, you could increase critical hit damage or weak point damage, but no, here now it's rounds per magazine. Now you can also increase multi-hit for those weapons that specialize in that. Okie dokie day. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else that's important here. Okay. In the shop, they now have the Dandy Corn set, as well as the Ultimate Blair bundle and all that, so, and a couple of other things, so you can check that out once you're in game. They've got a new event that has just started. Okay, so I've actually pulled up the event page, and I'll go through it with you in summary, but essentially there are 3 events. The first one is just login. When you log in, you'll get the surprise egg emote and about 1 million gold. The next is the Ingress Guardian Blair. Okay, so this one lasts until 21st of May, and it's a daily challenge. Okay, different weeks will award you different stuff for the daily challenge, but it's mainly a whole bunch of gold, some research material boxes, and all the goody gumdrops, advanced shape stabilizers, all that kind of stuff. Later weeks give decryption keys, synthetic calciums, ion accelerators, some gold, weapon boosts, things like that. Okay, weekly fire support. There's also a weekly challenge, guys. So again, up until the 21st of May, they'll have some weekly challenges. Each week will have different stuff. The first week will be like, it's all about doing research. You're going to get a Descendant slot, Crystallization Catalyst. I believe this one will be available right away. So complete research 3 times, bada bing, bada boom, you get free stuff. Week 2 is more Crystallization Catalyst, Energy Activators. Week 3 is like Dimension Analyzers, Ion Accelerators. Week 4 is some crappy amounts of gold and Kyber, which we don't need, but week 4 is also really easy to achieve. Week 5 is core amplifiers, augmentation cores, particle disruptors, all the goody gumdrops. All right. So those are the 3 events that are going to take place. Keep in mind, like I said, each week will have different rewards, and it goes for about 5 weeks. Okay. Next is the content improvements in this patch. All right. What I'm going to say is that I'm going to skip the normal mode content improvements because these are genuinely not important. Just basically normal mode is being streamlined so players can get to hard mode more easily. They want to make the experience better for newer players. Okay, so take note of that. Next, the most important thing that you guys will have to take note is that void fragments and void fusion reactors no longer consume void shards. Okay, void shards cannot be acquired from void fragments, special operations, or quests anymore. This is to streamline gameplay and make things smoother. In future, they might find another use for the void fragments. Okay. They've removed the invasion hidden mechanics from the main story mission of the invasion mode. This is to help people get into invasion modes easier. In terms of the Sigma sector, they have increased the firearm XP and Descendant XP that you've gained from the high-risk Sigma sector from 30,000 to 160,000. So leveling up your Descendants and leveling up your firearms in the Sigma sector will become a lot easier. Energy control cores can now be obtained from the Sigma sector, which is an important component for enhancing your external components. and they've increased the drop rate of modules from elite monsters in the Sigma sector by about 1.4 times. So that is going to be pretty good. Unique RK Factor XP can now be earned in hard mode special operations. Erosion Purge difficulty improvements. They've increased the skill damage of Descendants in stages 21 to 30, increased the advantage affinity firearm damage in stages 21 to 30. What is advantage affinity firearm damage? This means that if the firearm that you are using in these stages is one where the enemy is weak to that particular firearm, okay, your firearm will deal more damage. So that's what it's for. Okay. They've added support drones to normal and challenge difficulties in the Erosion Purge, and they've adjusted the number of awards that are hard to achieve. Okay, so that's that. Also, this thing I almost missed. Unique RK Factor XP can now be earned in hard special operations. So I don't know how much they're going to give you for those special operations, but that's another way to up your RK tuning. So we will go and check that out in the game a little bit later tonight. All right. Okay. For Descendants, Ultimate Bunny has been shifted from hard mode to normal mode, so acquiring her is a lot easier now since she is the first Descendant everybody should acquire. So take note of that. They have, they have added certain variants of the amorphous material patterns, and these will be in normal mode. Okay. For Serena, when a skin without wings is equipped, the wings will now only be visible when a skill is used. All right, the skins without wings are as follows: the Dandy Corn and Albion Administrative Support. I will have to say straight up that I am not 100% pleased with this because the wings are a part of her, but it is what it is. Okay. Weapons and modules. Now, this is an important change. Once you've unlocked the unique ability or maxed it out on a weapon, and you've unlocked the core on the weapon, if you were to make another copy of the weapon, it will arrive with the same unique ability enhancement level and the core already unlocked. So make one weapon, max out the unique ability enhancement, and then if you need more copies of the weapon, say for different purposes or whatever, you can just build one, bada bing, bada boom, you're good to go. All right? So that is what will work, and I hope that'll be beneficial to you guys. If you dismantle or sell a weapon with a unique ability enhancement and or unlock cores and acquire the identical weapon again, it'll have the same unique ability enhancement and or unlock cores. However, this does not apply to weapons that were removed before the update patch. If you've got more than one copy of the same weapon at the time of the patch, their unique ability levels will be combined. For example, if you had one copy of Smithereens with unique ability enhancement level 2 and another copy with unique ability enhancement level 1, both copies will now be at level 3. Okay, so basically whatever you had before will be combined if you didn't level them both up for some weird reason. Okay. Some of your core binders will be refunded if you've got multiple copies, but I'd say don't worry too much about that. Okay. Now, this is also quite important. Certain modules have been modified so that they will now work with explosive attacks. For example, previously in the past, they had a mod, say, like Bullet Rain, right? It would say fire rate plus 20%, firearm attack plus 1%. Now it'll state firearm bracket explosive attack plus 1%. What does this change actually mean? It means that previously certain modules that could not be used on launchers will now be usable on launchers. However, they haven't mentioned shot focus. So I don't know if shot focus will still be usable with explosive attacks or not. I will check it later in game because I think it's going to be quite important. But yeah, other than that, they have adjusted a whole bunch of other modules. Walk a Tightrope has been modified, but they still, why didn't they say shot focus? That's weird. Passionate Sponsor was modified. Okay. Walk a Tightrope was modified, but I think they forgot about shot focus. I'll have to check later on because it makes no sense. I knew that they would modify them all, but shot focus is not modified. Weird. But it is what it is. Okay, normally I don't answer chat when I'm shooting a video live, but I have to say this. I don't know. They did not mention in the patch notes whether the Serena wing thing is a toggle. If it's a toggle, then good. If it's not a toggle, then, well, disappointing. Okay, anyway, UI changes. There's nothing really important here, so you can check it if you want, but genuinely, I don't think there's anything important here. If I'm wrong and there's something super important in here, please let me know, okay? I would love to know if there's something super important here that I'm missing. Photo mode. You can now stop the pose animation. So if your descendant is in the middle of dancing and they do a super cute pose, you can probably stop the motion right there and then take your screenshot, okay, for photo mode. Now, they've changed item type info that was previously displayed in only single or group mode tips to be displayed. Okay, so never mind. I don't understand what they've done, but it's something to do with emotes. And probably not that important. They've added details to viewing DPS in the laboratory damage UI. So this one is pretty important. You can now view max DPS and average DPS during battle as well, which is during the laboratory battles. So you can use that to measure how well your weapon is doing. Okay. Modified unnecessary descriptions for some external components. Reduce the amount of ETA 0 vouchers you can get for Ultimate Bunny stuff now that she's available in normal mode. Evolving skins save paint information at each stage of their evolution. Vesper's hunting dog can now equip common skins. The spawn and despawn animations are now common skins, so your Vesper's hunting dog and Hagir's sheepdog can share them. For the purpose of optimization, some monsters' effects have been simplified. And for the purpose of optimization, the entire body of some monsters in the Sigma sector is now a weak point, so take note of that. They've added an in-game web guide button. Not sure if anyone uses that because most people come to YouTube. And they've added quest rewards for players in the early stages of the game as well. Okay, bug fixes. The first one is to do with the immortality Oblivion. No need to worry about that because, I mean, he dies most of the time. Now, the second one is for Descendants. This one's important. They fixed an issue where Ines's chain lightning couldn't hit certain objects. They've also fixed the issue where it would be slowed down when an enemy was slowed down, say by VS's Blizzard. And last but not least, they fixed an issue where Ines's chain lightning and floating lightning disappear when touching terrain. So although it won't hit when touching terrain, I don't know if this means that they've walked back the whole going through terrain thing. We'll have to test. We'll have to check it out. So I think it's going to be quite an important one. We will test this later on if we can. Okay. Weapon modules. They fixed an issue where the reset cooldown effects of veteran tactics could be applied to the passive skill cooldown. So I know that some people mentioned invulnerable Lepic because of this. Take note that this will no longer be possible. Okay. The rest of it is nothing important. And that is the entire patch notes. So yes, overall, it seems like a very good patch all around. I will be looking forward to trying Ultimate Blair later on stream. And of course, testing out the Ines changes as well. There's a lot to look forward to. So thank you very much for watching this video. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Tell me what you guys think about this in the comments. All right, I'll be addressing my stream and talking to them shortly. But again, thank you guys so much. Don't forget to register as a supporter before you buy anything. Link is in the video description. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you guys soon. Don't do anything weird while I'm gone, yeah? Catch you later. Okay, that's it for my video recording. Thank you guys for being patient with that. I saw a few things that I just had to address in chat. Normally, as you can see per the pinned message, I don't address my chat when I'm doing this because I think it's quite important that I do the recording as stably as possible. But now, while we talk and relax, ask your questions or ask whatever you want, and we can discuss. All right, let me put on my tunes again, and we can discuss. I hope that Ines will be a lot less clunky now, but we will see. We will see.
Lost in the rain, in darkness found a cursed choice for melody gone.
I'm not so sure, Lily. We'll have to wait and see. It's going to be a tough one. I genuinely think it's going to be a tough one to determine. Of course not, Danny, and I wouldn't tell them to do that either. There might be some potential with Glaze's fourth ability, but honestly, I don't think it'll be worth your time. Just my thoughts. You can try it out if you like, but I'm not going to go there because Glay is always going to be a gun descendant to me. You have to find better times to find me, Incredulous, but welcome back.
with scales that should
Devil Hot Pepper. Well, we'll see if any of them are worth buying.
bright. She longs for arms that hold her tight.
I'm doing good. Denise, can't really complain. Just chilling,
She's just
preparing my video for later.
a haunting song of lost dark cries. Forbidden dreams through tears.
Actually, wait. I almost forgot one thing I have to do before I upload this video that I just shot. Sorry. I have to remove my audio temporarily. Don't mind me. I'll still be able to talk to you guys, but you won't be able to hear what's going on my desktop. At some later point maybe, but not right now. Right now, there's no reason for me to do that. Possible cut of the external components core system instead of just a delay. I just don't believe additional systems are necessary, Danny, and I'll tell you why. Too many systems complicates everything, which is bad for the viewers. Sorry, it's bad for viewers, for the players. Okay. I'm setting up the timestamps for my video as well, so I'm gonna go through all that. Oof. I forgot that I have to do this. No, I have not played that. That is absolutely correct. Void shards are removed, so they are unnecessary now. You don't need them anymore. The void fragments and the void fusion reactors are still in the game, obviously, but the void shards are no longer a thing. Fair enough, Denise. I'm sure there's power greed, but at the same time, too many systems makes the game unplayable. Right now, people are already struggling with all the systems. If they add more, I think it's going to be bad. So I want our player base to increase. If our player base doesn't increase after this patch, we're going to be in some serious trouble because even I'm going to have to leave, you know, go to my other partnerships or whatever, because there's no way I can continue. You know, I hope that won't be the case. I'm going to try and stick around for as long as I can, but it's looking pretty rough. Okay. Sorry about the silence on my end. I'm just trying to do up this video so I can post it while still streaming for you guys. It'll help you guys a little bit as well, because that way we can have less unsmooth streaming. Okay, 0835. Okay, reactor and external component upgrading. Well, I'm glad to keep your interest in this game. It is tough to keep up with some games when your favorite streamers leave, but right now I have to just say that it's just feeling very rough, because as much as I want to enjoy this game, much like I wanted to enjoy Path of Exile, as you guys know, is also not making great changes to their game. So I don't know, it seems like devs are losing a bit of touch with their audience, which is very strange and awkward. The new crafting change for guns is very good for sure. I like that a lot as well. I think it's going to be very handy because I don't mind re-rolling certain things, but it's definitely going to be rough if I had to make additional copies. Um, I appreciate the thoughts, Incredulous, but what I will say right now is that I have no intentions to move. And if you don't mind, let's keep the conversation focused around the First Descendant. Let's drop conversations about all of the games because I am not currently hired by any other games. So let's keep the conversation focused, right? No problem, Hody. That's what I'm here to do. And the only other thing that I will say before I close discussions about other games is that Last Epoch has such a low player base, it's really not worth it. I'm actually one of their partners, but I've chosen not to stream or even do anything. I don't think it's working well for other content creators because the player base is like 6,000 players at most. And that is after their big new season reveal and drop. So unless they're going to show me a player base that is anywhere near their initial launch, which is 250,000, they are doing worse than First Descendant, and I've got no reason to go back. So yeah, they're doing horrifyingly poorly. Besides, like I said, I am one of their partners. I can go back anytime I want, but I will cite differences with their management. If ever they decide that YouTube is much more worth it than Twitch, which I think it is, then they can come and phone me up. In fact, one of my other partnership deals, one of my old partnership deals has already contacted me about returning to the fold. And I said, sure, if you need a YouTuber, because I've got 55,000 subscribers, I'm ready. But you got to show me it's worth my time. So as long as the pay is right, I'll do it. But otherwise, no. Anyway, refocusing on TFD now. Just happy to help, Hody. So please keep enjoying my build videos. And anyway, if you want to help Incredulous, send plenty of super chats and tips. That's the best way to help a streamer. I don't need anything else because deals and stuff like that, I source it myself. So don't worry. As long as you enjoy the shows, enjoy the videos, send super chats and tips, every streamer will be happy. I hope so, official, because if they continue on the path that they're going, things might turn around. However, I'm not expecting a great turnabout in player base from this particular update, because the lack of interest in Ultimate Blair and the so-called lack of interest in a male descendant appears to have soured the crowd that the crowd that likes to play one-handed. So yeah, this is going to be very, very different, I think. And I think that unlike other patches where more people came in because there was say a cute skin for the ladies, this one might not have as many people. So we'll see. I hope I'm wrong on that, but this particular season has been rough for TFD as well, and I think we may see our lowest player count at a later point in the season. I hope the devs can understand that content is what people need right now. Danny Roberts, first and foremost, never use the word meta here because meta is only used by idiots and morons. There's no such thing as this is meta or that's meta or this, blah, 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 blah. First and foremost, take that out of your brain, throw it in the bin. The only thing you need to know about electric condense is that what you do is that you charge up electricity and then you explode it out. What I do is that I just charge it for however long I want. And then when I'm in position to detonate it, I just detonate it. As far as I remember, charging only increases the range, but I could be slightly wrong on that, but I don't think I am. That being said, Again, there is no meta. However, the best build for Ultimate Bunny is the one that I've already posted on my channel, and I would suggest you follow that. If you guys want the best stuff, just follow my builds. Anyone that was using high voltage before or any of that, it means that you were using Bunny inefficiently. Why? High voltage does not work in a lot of the newer content because there's just too many enemies. So here is the Ultimate Bunny build video. Make sure you follow this to the letter. Do not be using other builds. You can if you want to. You can if you want to, but I'm going to tell you that you try my build, then you try the other build, and you realize why nobody bothers with other builds after they start using mine. So there you go. Enjoy. Nothing much, just going through patch notes and talking to people. And I don't mind the cosmetics, but I hope that enough people will be interested in Ultimate Blair. Like I said, we'll see. But speaking of cosmetics, if anyone is thinking of buying and supporting the game, make sure you hit the link in chat that's going to be put up, because if you don't hit that link that Nightbot is about to put up, you will not be supporting me as a creator, which means that there's less for me to do, and, you know, it hurts the content. So please do become a supporter, especially if you're thinking of spending. They have said that Serena's going to be nerfed. The only question is how much they're going to nerf. So we'll see. John, last night's poll ended up with most people thinking that the player base is going to stay roughly the same, which is not that great. Opachiki Legends, if you want to take it that way, you're welcome to. I don't really give a shit. But what I did say is that people should take meta out of their head. Did I say my viewer is an idiot? No. I said that people who only follow meta are idiots. Now, if you want to only follow meta and you want to self-identify as an idiot, that's fine. You want to also try and get all flustered because you're like, oh, do you always call your viewers idiots? First of all, you didn't even listen to me, and you didn't even listen to what I was saying. You reacted, and therefore you are showing that, yes, maybe you are an idiot, because that's what you're showing to me. By trying to act in that manner, you're not helping anybody. You're just getting offended and being a Karen in my chat because you chose to get offended about language that I use instead of actually understanding what I'm literally trying to say. So there's a door, Opachiki. You can get the hell out of my stream, or you can stay here, learn some respect, clean out your ears, and maybe have a listen to what I'm actually saying. Okay? Good. I'm glad we're agreed on that. Now, carrying on with the stuff that I have to actually talk about, just keep in mind that, and sorry, I missed your question earlier. Do you know offhand if the fire rate issues with sharp precision shot were fixed? There were no such thing as fire rate issues with sharp precision shot. I think you misunderstood that, Incredulous, because there are two fire rate issues in the game. Okay, the first one was ghost bullets, which was proven by somebody else. All right, the ghost bullets thing has been fixed, but this is this is because they've capped fire rate at 2000. Now, the other issue is that FPS still affects damage, unfortunately. So players playing on lower FPS deal less damage. This issue has not been fixed yet, to the best of my knowledge. So do be aware of that. Yeah, so the tied to frame rate issue has not been fixed. Sorry. That issue is still in the game as far as I know. Anyway, look, people get offended all the times, but I'm just not going to take their shit. I will literally just throw them out of here, or, you know, go hard at them, because I've honestly had too much of these community, and now the trolls have, you know, tapered off over time, but most of them are literally morons and idiots that are coming from other creators' streams to try and take me down. I don't know why they want to bother, but I really don't care either. So it doesn't really matter to me, but if they're going to come at me with that rubbish, I'm just going to call them out. So they can do whatever they want. It's not going to affect me, and it's not going to affect my work. I literally state my stuff clearly. So they want to get offended, they can get affected. But it's not going to change how I talk, and it's also not going to change the statements that I make. I make these statements because I'm literally trying to teach you guys one thing. Don't be the dumbass that follows only meta. Think for yourself. There are always reasons for everything. And if you don't know these reasons, that's okay. Tune into my streams, learn, because a lot of these explanations we give them during streams, during combat. We answer questions like that. So make sure you guys think, all right? Never stop using your brain. You stop using your brain, you stop improving, all right? Never follow blindly. Don't be that kind of person that just says, oh, I'm just going to believe this. Oh, this is the meta. Okay, I'm going to believe that. Like, There are so many people. Just give you an example. I don't normally bring up other games, but I'll give you an example right now. In Marvel Rivals, there's a lot of people that are like, Rocket Raccoon changed bad. But I've tried him for myself. And I feel that Rocket Raccoon is so much better right now in Marvel Rivals. It's great. It's fantastic. You know? And that's what I love about it. Sometimes you have to try the changes for yourself. So never stop thinking, never stop trying, never stop experimenting. One of you might be the one that gives me something better than I already know. All right? So don't ever limit yourself, and certainly don't blindly follow just because somebody tells you that this is the best or that is the best. How do they know? Prove it first. Prove it with facts. Once you prove it with facts, nobody can counter you. I think a lot of people just cried about the Rocket Raccoon change because they thought he was a heal bot. But anyway, I'll discuss that when I'm back on Marvel Rivals. So if you guys want to see my ranked games, that'll be next week. Okay, 1 second. I'm still typing out the timestamps from other stuff. Okay. No, I don't play fighting games. I'm quite bad at them. The one type of game that I'm horrifyingly bad at, well, 2 types. Battle Royale, fighting games. I cannot play these 2 types of games. I am horrendous at them. Like, I am worse than bronze in any of those. No problem, just Diki. I just do what I can. I don't know what that is, Trig. Sorry. Okay, there we go. Just finishing out the last of the video so that I can post it soon. Okay, great. I did in a long distant past, but I genuinely have no love for that game. Be honest with you about that. Destiny 2, sorry. I should correct myself. It's not that I have no love for Destiny 2. I have no love for Bungie. I think people underestimate just how much I despise Bungie as a company. Don't like them at all. If ever they were an honorable company, then sure. But I refuse to fuel their corporate greed. Okay, now doing up the description for the video. I don't know either, but I'm not interested in it. I think it's going to flop, in my personal opinion, because nobody's going to beat Marvel Rivals. Final thoughts on Blair? I mean, he seems pretty cool. New components are dropping, but if you missed me going through the patch notes twice already today, Dark Hearts, you can wait for the video. It'll drop soon. But again, not really here to comment on other games. I will see what happens with those games in future, but right now they're not on my mind. Well, I also have a build already ready to go, so we shall see. Hopefully it shall be a good one. I'm looking forward to testing him out. Well, of course it's on maintenance. It'll be on maintenance for a while longer. I'll be putting my tunes back once I'm done prepping this video so I can get it out to you guys. No problem, official Luz. There's no such thing as beginner build. You should just follow the build that I've already prepared. So why don't you check out my Ajax build and you'll understand how to build him up. It's a farming and leveling build, so you should be following that anyway, because ultimately your final build will look something like that. So I would suggest checking that if you want to. He does, right? He does. I'm gonna make my cover page now. It's a very simple process, thankfully. So I'm just gonna use an online editor because this used to be faster. No problemo. Always happy to help. Sure, I have an arrow somewhere, right? There we go. Shrink it down. There we go, that'll do. Oh, I should probably slap my logo on it, shouldn't I? Because I can't put my face on it, so here, this'll do. Normally I put my face on all the covers, but it's fine. No time. We has no time. Oh crap, do I have to resize this damn thing? Okay, apparently I don't. Okay, phew. People are normally used to seeing my face. I should really just get a cutout of my face and just put it there. But it's fine. This will do fine. I can also update the thumbnail later, but I don't want to do that. I will update the thumbnail. We'll see. We'll see how this thumbnail goes. If I really have to update it, I will. Okay. All right, that's good. Oh, and now I can put my music back on. Ali, I would just say, honestly, I don't know. I would say you should just purchase another slot. Because slots are literally only 50 caliber, $1. So purchase another slot. See you later, David. Thanks again for becoming a member. No problem, Tube. I am the best. I've been here since the launch of the game. So welcome and congratulations on finding the best and only channel that's useful to you. And Alex, I will also be farming Ultimate Blair tonight. So please do look forward to it. I mean, it's up to you, Danny, but I'm gonna have to remove that message. We don't name any other creators here by name. If you want to support other creators, by all means go ahead and do so, but do not name them on my channel. This is called professional courtesy. Why don't we do this? Because it can cause drama, whether positive or negative, all right? So if you believe in other creators, then by all means go ahead, but you know, don't do that here. We don't do that here, and it has started drama before. And anybody that regularly watches me knows that. But if you want to support another creator, then look, I'll just say it straight. Please go watch that other creator, don't watch me. It is best if you do that because that way we draw clear lines between who you support, who you don't support. And again, your choice at the end of the day. You can choose to use what they drop, you can choose to use what I drop. Use your intelligence, choose for yourself after you see who's effective and who's not. Okay? But naming any other creator in a stream, don't ever do that, guys. Just like I wouldn't expect you to name me in somebody else's stream, you should never do that. It is just unprofessional and opens it up to people causing trouble. Listen, I stand by my statements, Danny, but again, this is what I say to everybody. If you don't like it, don't hang out here. Just gonna say that straight, okay? Because either you're with me or you're not. Your choice. We draw our lines very clearly here because it causes problems otherwise. And again, you know, I'll say it, just go and check it out for yourself. If you feel that somebody else is worth your time, follow them instead. Give them your whole attention because that's what you should do. Don't be afraid to shop around. But again, my audience generally feels that I'm the one that's most worth your time, and I will continue to say that because I stand by my statements. I have not seen others that have impressed me, except for one guy, and I'm not even sure if he's still around anymore. I really respected that guy, but it is what it is. Okay, set that up there.
Destiny, echoes of love, whispers of hate.
Alt Blair farming build will probably be dropped as soon as I get him because I already have the build, but I'm going to test it. Because like we always do, we do thorough testing live on stream, and only after we do thorough testing do we actually release it. So although I've already worked on it for normal Blair, I want to test out his new modules and see if any of them will change the current style that we're using. Because I feel that what we have right now is really, really good, and if the modules that are releasing for him change or alter that in a negative way, that's not going to be so good.
Seven hearts away her slumber, trust entwined with thorns of greed. In twilight's grasp they seek a wonder.
Like I said, Danny, again, I just keep it very clean and very simple. If you support others, there's a door. Not trying to throw you out, but I'm just saying, there's a door, you can leave. If you support others, go to their streams, go support them, give them your whole heart. That's the way it should be. Because I don't have any drama that I want here, and like I said, what viewers have told me is that my content is the one that helps them through. They prefer to watch only mine, so I stand by those statements. If you have split loyalties or you think about watching others, please give them a try, watch them, by all means support them, but do not come here then. All right, I want to draw clear lines, because the worst thing that can happen is, you know, you got some guy with some half-ass loyalty to this guy and that guy, and he comes around and say, oh, but this guy's great. He just starts lots of drama and nonsense. So I'm just like, nah, keep me out of that. All right, you want to support me, then you support only me. You want to support somebody else, you support somebody else. Either way, you can only pick one content creator. So if you're not going to pick me, then I would suggest hanging out at the stream and at the content of the one that you truly choose to support. And after you've shopped around, make your final decision. Do it after you see everybody's content. You don't have to believe me on what I do. Check everybody. Double check, cross check. Once you've seen for yourself who's best, then sit with that person and enjoy the community, because that's what most games are about, building up community. All right? And again, if anyone has a problem with the way that I word my statements, I'm sorry, but I'm not going to change that. I will continue to say what I believe is true and what my viewers have told me is true. And no problem, Flacco. We are the best. All right? And as I've said before, we're the only channel worth your time. You're welcome to shop around, but you'll be back. Pretty much even all my trolls always come back, because at the end of the day, this is the only place they can get the real deal. Your choice. All right? So keep enjoying. Ultimate Blair is dropping today. Ultimate Blair will release in 3 hours and 27 minutes. Or rather, you'll be able to get in game and start farming him. I won't be around at the time, but I'll be on later tonight. Okay. I'm just making sure everything in my patch notes video is ready to go. Okay, great. This video can post while I'm still streaming. But yeah, I'm going to farm him live later tonight. I'm going to try and use Blair to farm Ultimate Blair. Then I will show you guys how it's done, share all the information, and then once I test out the build, I will make sure that it's ready to go. Now, I've still got a lot of pieces that I need to maximize for him, so that's going to take some time. But hopefully I can get it done. Hopefully, fingers crossed, man.
A poisoned apple deceit takes its hold. The envy of the queen, her heart turns cold. In slumber deep, the world fades away. But love's true peace can still save the day.
I don't enjoy any of them in particular. I just want to be upfront about that. I quite literally just play whatever is efficient. And I grind different Descendants mostly to make builds for people, so I don't have a favorite at all. I don't even think about what's my favorite or stuff like that, so I really don't have one. I just play.
Eyes of fire, they pierce the night. Whispers echo, luring you tight. Bound by the chains of the forgotten past, they feast on dreams that grow fast. Children of rose, in shadows they thrive. Masters of fate, so wickedly alive. With blood lies deep, in secrets untold. They'll conquer the weak, their grip is bold. With fangs like daggers, they rule the air.
Sorry, I had to make a quick correction post because I just realized what somebody had posted, but I feel so bad about this.
Your memories into a haze, leaving you lost in pulse of their gaze. Powerful hearts, they reign supreme. A darkness veiled, a haunting dream. Children of rose, in shadows they fly. Masters of fate, so wickedly alive. What the Lord loves deep, in secrets untold. They'll conquer the weak, their grip is bold. Forever lost in their silent embrace, the children of a rose, a haunting trace.
It's just a timer in how many. It's just a countdown timer. So basically, it doesn't matter which time zone you're in. 3 hours and 21 minutes, the server should come back up. So this doesn't matter what time zone. This is a countdown timer. So in another 3 hours and 21 minutes, you're good to go. No problem, Hollywood KT. Enjoy yourself.
In the shadows, where darkness lies, a heart beats cold, no more alive. Each whisper echoes of lost despair, with crimson tears that stain the air. In the moonlight,
that's all settled now. If you don't know what's in the new update, Nino, you can check my patch notes video. It'll be released in about 20 minutes. Okay, so anyone that missed me going through the patch notes, you can just check that. And a mimic type Descendant Blaze. Might be interesting, but we'll see. I don't know if that will work out very well because it would... I think it would be only for like co-op play. But you would literally need another person there. But yeah, I've already gone through the patch notes twice. So for me, if you guys have missed me going through that stuff, please just check the video. The video will be done soon. Like, normally I would end my stream and then go post the video. But nowadays, like what I do is I film the video while we're still streaming and then I just post it up together. So it seems to work better at least. Gives people time to watch the video way before stuff actually happens. Okay, Mr. Danny, I'm glad you're excited for it, but please take note that if you read the stream description, we are required to keep a clean stream. I know that they're coming, but we have to call it number one, dynamic motion, and please do not discuss that because that can kick off a lot of weird discussions. And as per my contract with Nexon, I'm required to run a clean stream as best I can. So I'm gonna have to remove that message right now. Don't talk about that here. You want to talk about it? You can talk about it on Reddit or the official Discord. You can discuss it there. But please read my stream rules, okay? A lady stands in shadows, watching night turn to day. With the whisper of the ocean. It is Corn Day indeed, Finesse. Tonight will be Corn Day. And you're curious how these updates will transfer in game? What do you mean? Exactly. The set is not for Freyna. The set is for Keelan. If you read carefully, Theo, it is only for those that, I mean, sure, you can increase the base toxic skill power, but if you double check it, it's more or less for those that have custom resources. Those that have custom resources benefit more. So if you look here, although you are getting a toxic skill power of 43.2%, you are losing a lot of firearm critical hit rate and damage. And the main thing is that on acquiring a custom resource, which Freyna doesn't have, toxic skill power further increases. So this skill was actually designed, this set was mostly designed for Keelan. You can still use it on Freyna though, but it would depend on the stats. If the stats are good, I would definitely use it on Freyna too. I think it might be semi-worth it. However, I don't know, because I would miss the Hunter set. I feel like the Hunter set is just too crucial. Now it's gonna cause me to take a hit on Keelan as well, but it's less of a hit. Oh, fair enough, Denise. We'll see. I mean, you can definitely check out tonight's stream and we'll see how it works. Oh, no problem, Theo. You read it right. It's just that it's better for Keelan than it is for Freyna. Because Freyna is also quite reliant on cooldowns, if I'm not wrong. So we'll have to see. So, yeah, fingers crossed on that one. Yes and no, Ali Mac. So there's two ways to explain that. I'm going to pause the music so I can explain this in a little more depth. Just in case anybody has any misunderstandings about this, Slayer set is not always more worth it. Do you guys know how skill power multiplies out? Because if you haven't, you better check my video on it. Skill power multiplies differently for different sets. The reason that Slayer set is useful is only if you don't have power increase, but if you're already making use of power increase, then in that case, you might want to have this set. Because effectively what you're doing is you're first multiplying the power increase, the base power increase with the toxic power increase. You see, that's what you want. Now, if you're going to use this particular set, right, then, and you're not using, and you aren't, sorry, if you aren't going to use power increase, then you might see the Slayer set coming out ahead. But again, it depends very much on what your final result is, because don't forget, Although the Slayer set is increasing base skill power, don't forget that this one also increases singular skill power, which is also treated as yet another separate multiplier, which can be quite worthwhile. So there are many ways that we can make this overall better. So it's not as straightforward as Slayer set's always going to be better. Not necessarily the case. You have to really test and see. And also, like I said, depends heavily on what you are putting together for your build. So for me, I'm definitely going to be checking this out and seeing how it does on Freyna. However, for my basic judgment, I firmly believe it's going to be more of a Keelan thing, especially for his farming, because the singular skill power boost was going to work with everything. Yes, indeed, Nokila, you can definitely check it out, and I think it's going to be absolutely great. I believe that is with the ATOMs, not with the last dagger, no. But essentially, what people are doing is that they will keep going into the Tormentor and just shoot him as soon as he transforms into hittable. And that usually takes about 1 second. I don't think they nerfed the values on the Firebrand set. I'm pretty sure they are as they are. But I wouldn't know. I didn't see the live stream and I don't know what they showed you. I never go to the live streams because I don't mean for this to sound bad, but I generally don't care what the devs have to say. I'd rather see the final changes because the live streams are more like a preview and they may not actually match reality, which I think is the biggest problem. Sometimes we think that, it might match up with reality, but nah. So I like to wait until the actual patch notes. Well, yeah, essentially, like I said, it's a readjustment of whatever they want to do. Exactly. So a lot of the time when I see their live streams, like, yeah, it's cool. I'm glad that they're having a live stream, but I just do a little bit of personal ignoring because I'm just like, okay, there's no point in me seeing this now. How did the audio manage to cut out? Because my audio has been consistent this entire time. So, okay, well, never mind. Please make sure you pay attention when you ask a question. I said ATOMs. All right. Did the audio cut out for anyone else? Because I don't believe so. All right. That being said, please you double check your audio settings before I answer this question again, because never make your streamer answer twice. Okay. ATOMs is generally the 1.2 second timings. Why? Because they're basically shooting the shoulder piece as soon as he turns vulnerable. So that's how they get the 1.2 second timings, but it's very difficult to do. You can keep trying and trying again until you get it, but it's up to you. I don't believe in leaderboard chasing, and I think that it is a waste of time. Okay? So that is my answer to your question. Oh. Okay. I see that you've adjusted your membership, David. Thank you. Appreciate that. You'll be invited to the server at a later time. Okay. Let's add him first. %35% range would be amazing, but also a little bit OP. So I think that that's probably not a good idea. But yes. this is the time for when the servers go live. You can actually already update your game now. And yes, you can also, it's also best if you just rewind the stream if you miss anything. And look, Danny, if you're going to just say stuff like not everyone has a great setup, earlier you also tried to cite support for a different streamer. So I'm not getting that you're gelling with my vibe very much. So tell you what, Danny, I'm just going to throw you out of stream because you're just not welcome here. Okay. So why don't you find a different streamer that will actually, be more in line with what you want? Okay. I don't want to see you back here unless you are going to be 100% respectful and understanding. All right. Like Finesse literally says, you can literally just rewind stream. So I'm just not getting the right vibe from you, Mr. Danny Roberts. So please leave and don't come back. Now then, any recommendations for someone who's grinding out Ultimate Ajax? Have you checked my build mid-main? Because if you haven't, you might want to check that out. You can't update on your Xbox. It may be because the patch has not gone live yet on Xbox. Hey, Ashley, how's it going? The patch normally goes live on Steam first. Xbox might be a bit delayed. So if you cannot update it yet, Isaiah, then you can wait till later. Otherwise, what I would suggest is restarting your Xbox, seeing if that's going to work out for you. But we don't know because I'm not on console. I can only speak for Steam, but Steam's patch is usually already out. PlayStation 5 usually also comes out pretty much around Steam's time, but usually 1 or 2 hours delay. So yeah, just wait till a bit later. But if you're not seeing a patch, later, then PlayStation is out. Great. Yeah, Fallen Vixen, if you want to try and start drama, then you can get the hell out as well. So goodbye and don't come back ever again. PS5 update is out. Good. So for those of you on the PS5, please make sure that you guys grab it. Sorry, Ashley, I have to go in accordance with the name that you have on YouTube, which is Ashley Morris. So I'm sorry, I won't be calling you Ashman. I'll be calling you Ashley. Okay, if you want me to call you Ashman, please adjust your YouTube name in accordance. All right. And if you're using somebody else's account, don't do that. You're not supposed to do that. You don't need void shards to open Amorphous. If you missed the section where I went through the patch notes, JJ, my patch notes video is dropping in 7 minutes. You can watch that again. Okay, so if you missed because I went through the patch notes twice already, but if you missed all that on stream, just watch the patch notes video. It will help you understand how to open Amorphous and everything, because they already said that they're going to remove the requirement of void shards. So please do check that. Ali Mac, maybe. But I'm going to prioritize Blair first. So I'll see what I've got time for videos over the next few days. No problem, JJ. You should always watch the patch notes videos as soon as I drop them. But what I will say, Osprey, is that I don't think we should be telling people to stop running Ajax. If they want to run Ajax, we have a build. And since the build exists, they can just follow the build instead. I think we should, rather than telling people to not use it, we should, if a build exists, at the very least, we can say, at least they can play it their way. Now, what we can say, Osprey, is that indeed, I do understand that Ajax is slower than others, and I've stated as much. He's a tank rather than a farmer. But, if they want to, at least there's an Ajax build out, And maybe, who knows, maybe they've got all the other farmers and they're bored of it. So we should not assume their desires. So that's why if they want to use Ajax, hey, I've got an Ajax build. At least now I do, since the buffs, right? So they can follow that if they want. And that's okay. Nothing wrong with being new, Ashley. Like I said, if you want to adjust things, you can, but I have to go with whatever display name you have. So you want to change your display name, you can go to YouTube settings, change your display name and whatnot. Therefore, I can address you by however you want to be addressed, but I will always go by the name you have displayed on YouTube, because that's just how we do it. Now then, if there are any other questions you guys have to ask about this patch, please feel free to ask them anytime. All right. Because I'm just going to be here chilling until about like 4:35-ish. I won't be here the entire way, but I'll just be here chilling for the most part. So yeah, please enjoy. And I'll have my music playing in the background. Unless there's a really serious question I have to answer, then I'll stop it for a little while. I just am interested in seeing his new modules. Overall, he's not as fast as some of the fastest farmers in the game. But for those of you that enjoy him, yeah, he's pretty cool. Hello, Inox. I have no idea what Fernite is, JJ. I have not used it for anything yet. So I guess we'll see. It could be a new material they're adding to the game, but I haven't heard about it. What am I looking forward to? Absolutely nothing, mid-main. I just want to be fully honest with you guys. The only thing I care about is if the player count goes up. That's all that matters to me. I don't look forward to anything in patches. I have not heard of AFK players being an issue, Tatas, so that might be something you have to discuss in the official Discord rather than here, because none of us have even brought up that issue. Could be a material for Ultimate Blair, yeah. That could be it. Oh, that's right. Yeah, could also be for their weapon. Yep. I haven't built that weapon yet, so maybe that's why I didn't think of it. Thanks for letting me know. Appreciate that, Adrian. If you are going to get 100 core binders or so, Theo, then you are insane. But, you know, well, I'm glad you have a hobby in your life at least. They did say that his research materials would be obtained from Sigma Sector, so if they make it so I have a reason to go to the normal Sigma Sector, then I will finally bother going there. Because I've been in hard, like doing the hard operations, I haven't been bothered going to the normal ones. Either that, or unless they make certain external components only farmable in the normal way, then I'll head there. Otherwise, nah. Well, Ashley, what I would suggest is if you don't know what's coming in this patch, then when my patch notes video drops, you should leave the stream, go to the patch notes video, watch that fully first. It'll really help you out. That way you know everything that's being updated. Doing okay, HP Notebook. I don't know what timing and what zone. All I know is that Xbox usually takes a while. But once it's out, it's out. And it's usually before the maintenance ends anyway. That's okay, it's just the maintenance stream, HP Notebook. We're not doing anything important. I'm literally just sitting here talking to you guys. And apparently offending some people that, you know, they're like, oh, the way you talk down to your viewers is crazy. I only talk down to idiots. Most of you are smart people. I don't have to talk down to you guys. We talk on equal levels. So that's hilarious for me. Well, I would say check the patch notes, but there's no nerf for Serena in this patch. Also, if there is a nerf for Serena, I will let you know beforehand. So yes, I have already addressed this, and if you think that I've already addressed it, then I'll tell you this right now, JJ. Don't ask. Rather, wait until the patch notes video comes out, and then, if after you watch the patch notes video you don't see a change, then, or you don't see the issue addressed, then ask. Because it's a lot easier, because yeah, people have been asking that question since morning. Give me a second, I need to call my girl, so I will readdress chat in a moment. Wait, she's calling back. Hey. Okay, that's fine. How are you this morning? Yeah, seems like it's been a crazy few days for your family. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I see. Okay. I see. Okay. Well, no, that's good. I'm glad that she's okay. I'm happy to hear that she is back home. Yep. Sounds like you should be getting some rest if you're that tired. Yeah, fair enough. Listen, it's okay. We'll hang out when we have time. I, also have my... Well, I am extremely busy tomorrow, as you know. Yeah, so just giving you a heads up. Okay, so no Sunday this time? Okay, well, we can just, Sure. We can play it by ear and just adjust accordingly. Just keep me in the loop and just tell me, right? Yeah. But yeah, as you know, tomorrow is the day, so obviously I'll be nervous, and you know how my moods are, so you know how it is. You know how it is. So I'm just telling you in advance. So you enjoy your whatever you have to do tomorrow and get some rest, day off or whatever, and I will do my thing. Okay. You have a good day at work. You get some rest after work if you have to, and I will see you later, okay? Okay. Love you. Bye. Bye, dear. Okay. Apologies for that. And yes, please do enjoy the music. I always have to call my girl in the morning, so it's very important to me. So sorry about that, and thank you for putting up with it. The update will be live, or rather the servers will be live in 2 hours and 55 minutes. So it doesn't matter where you live. I don't know how you guys convert time, but a lot of you do it incorrectly. Just take note. 2 hours, 55 minutes, the server should be back up, assuming no delays. If there are delays, there'll be an issue here, okay? Aburana, you can use any descendant you want, but I would suggest at least getting Ultimate Bunny as your main farmer. She's very useful. I'm always disciplined, so don't worry. And I always set the appropriate boundaries so all of you can also feel comfortable here. All right, so let's keep that going. This is just the Samsung S21 Ultra, but I've got the so-called armored casing for it, so in case I drop it, it protects the phone. It's really, really good. I always buy this armored casing. I always buy this armored casing for any of the phones that I use. Here's my girl's picture. So yeah. So I always buy the armored casing. It works really well. They might do something else with the fragment Jimmy, but I don't know if they will. And she does, Osprey, but we play different games, mostly Marvel Rivals. The update is out today, Curvy Bobby, and if you troll me, I will beat you up, okay? Don't think you immune to that. No problem. Sorry, Backup K. No hablo español. Only English here, okay? As this is an international stream, we are all required to speak English, so I hope you don't mind. Everything I tried pulls me down again. Lately, I've been sleepwalking. Everything I try pulls me down again. I will work on one, Bobby. But first I'm gonna farm Ultimate Blair tonight. Also, why is my hair so messy? Jesus. But yeah, tonight I'll farm Ultimate Blair, and then we'll go from there. Sorry, I gotta smooth my hair out a little bit. Ugh. The downside of having this half long hair, it'll take a little bit of time before it settles. Anyway, I will farm him tonight, and then I'll adjust accordingly with whatever I feel he needs after I get him. But I'm already ready to use the photonic imprinter from normal Blair to Ultimate Blair. The main thing that I want to see is where he needs to be, like whether or not any of his new Transcendent modules will require modification of his build. Well, that is unfortunate, Jacob, but you know, they did post that announcement since yesterday, so you kind of had to spend them. And you can still use Freyna, but the thing is that at the end of the day, like sometimes you need some variety if you want to spice up your gameplay. Well, we shall see. I'm always willing to keep an open mind, Bobby. Who knows? He might be the very best, like no one ever was. All right. And yes, it is, Gang Dragon. You should always check on those you care about. Family first, always. Oh, they added a timer in game? That's pretty cool. At least I don't have to have this timer over my head. Let me go check if there's a timer in game, just because I want to see this. But yeah, if anyone's confused on anything, please do check the patch notes video. It just released on my channel, so make sure you check that. Oh, for the shop. Damn, I just started opening up the game thinking that there was an actual timer. Hold on. Let me go see what happens in the actual game. I'm curious now. All good. I'll at least let the game start. I got fooled by Osprey, man. I haven't, so I'll have to see. Yeah, there's no timer in the game. Sad. Yeah, I think I should be getting my second imprinter today. I don't remember if the login event is still going. It should be, but I really want to see if it is. No, it's not available in my country, Jacob. For some reason, they cut out the entire Southeast Asian region, And that's also the reason why I do not like a lot of games that are supported by Amazon, because they seem to cut out my region of Southeast Asia all the time. That's okay, Bandit, it does happen. I'm just hoping that when I log in today, I can get the final Blair login thing. Sounds good, Bobby. If I have a spare, I'll use it on Blair. Even if I don't, I'll probably use it on Blair. Nice background. You talk about this background? Or it's about my music. If you talk about my music, just make sure you guys enjoy my SoundCloud and my YouTube music channel. Yeah, I'm from Singapore. A lot of people don't know I'm Singaporean, but I am. Although one thing that I always hate is, like, you ever get those, like, even today it happened. You know, I was just chilling, and then the first thing that I get a question by some dude's like, "What type of Asian are you?" I'm like, can you just not ask me that? Like, if it's your first question in stream, like, bruh. Honestly, Bobby, considering the player base dip that we have, I think they should just forget about the guys and just keep making female ultimates. It is a hella weird question. Like, I don't mind if it's like a question like later in the stream, but if it's the first question you ever ask me, I'm just gonna be like, bruh, can we just not ask what type of Asian are you? Like, it's so weird, bro. But yeah, I'm from Singapore, if anyone wants to know. But let's see how this one goes, Bobby. If this one has a good reaction, then maybe the next male ultimate will be good. That being said, if it's Jaber, I think people are going to table flip. But yes, please do watch the patch notes video. They're not going to do a Ness or Haley right now, no. Before any of those, it would be Luna anyway. Just being honest. Funnily enough, I don't recall seeing the uniforms. Let me just double check. It's down here. The uniforms are not in here yet. But yeah, I'll see who purchases the uniforms, because if enough people purchase that, that'll be good. But if not, yeah. But I mean, compared to the swimsuit one, I don't know if the one-handed players are going to go for that, but we'll see. If they are, then fair enough. But again, I'm going to just take a look at player count. I'm not, going to worry about anything else. Because I want to see the surge in players. I want to see the increase in profits. As long as I see the increase in profits, I don't mind supporting. But if I don't see the increase in profits, then yeah, nah. Well, there is no code, but just register me as your creator. There you go. Hit that link, register me. eFully, did you listen to anything that I said? Because I didn't say I want just female ultimates, my friend. Please do clean out the earwax and listen again carefully, because what I stated very simply is that if this is unpopular, I made an opinion. I stated that they can simply focus on the female descendants, which will make them more money in the long run. That being said, I did also say very, very clearly that I'm going to wait and see what happens with this one, because player count is all that matters. Bandit, first and foremost, there's no such thing as a target, hit point, and defense. Never worry about that. Take that thinking and throw it in the bin. Reddit info, you can also take that thinking and throw it straight in the bin. They are correct, however, about Deathstalker, but Deathstalker is just basically using a shield-based build. You can in fact use my old Enzo shield-based build and still do well with it. The reason is because Deathstalker has a debuff that saps your maximum hit points, so people don't use hit points against Deathstalker specifically. You can also cheese Deathstalker with the Serena gun build and just absolutely annihilate them with that. without even worrying about the mechanic. However, if you want to do it correctly, you can build a shield-based build. For example, you can even use my ultimate Kyle build, because Deathstalker cannot reduce the maximum shields. All right, try not to go to Reddit for info. A lot of it's incorrect. Now, target hit points and defense, don't worry about it. I just adjust them based on the build. If you need more survival, add in more. If you don't, then don't worry about it. Defense is usually the minimum amount possible, because defense has severe diminishing returns, so we don't really worry about it. Most builds, you get more bang for your buck by going for more hit points, okay? So if you want references, just follow the builds that I put on my channel and you'll be good to go. I don't think that's how it works, Osprey, but I'm genuinely not sure. Tonight will be the first time I use the imprinter. As far as I know, it's supposed to transfer what you put on the normal one to the ultimate one. If you built up both, I don't think it'll work out well. Yeah, of course we're waiting. Look at the timer. There's no new season pass. Bobby, come on. You've been around me long enough to know that there's no new season pass. I did say that there was 66 days left in the season. Well, 62 or so. If you ever give me a troll question like that again, all right, I'm gonna choke slam you and throw you out. Along with the rest of the trolls. Jesus. New season pass out today. Shameful, Bobby. Shameful. Yeah, seasons always last 3 months. I don't care if it's early and I don't care if you're still asleep. You don't ask dumb questions like that, okay, Bobby? I could expect that from a first-time viewer. I don't expect that from one of my best viewers, okay? Either that or, this is a sign that you've been watching other dumbasses instead. Don't make me give you the narrow eyes, all right? I will. Okay? I expect it from others, but not from you, Bobby. You should know better. Now, for everybody else, keep in mind that season passes, they last for 90 plus days. Until those days are up, there is no new season pass. This is not season 3. This is still season 2, episode 2, and it will be for another 60 days. Okay? Keep that in mind. Atreus, you can check the patch notes video if you haven't already. Please check the patch notes video because I've already published it for you guys. You can see what changes were made, but I don't know if she's going to be more fluid. You'll have to test on stream later tonight. Yeah, same, Osprey. I will test out using one tonight, so don't worry about what other people have said. Watch the test tonight and we'll see it live, okay? Hello, Toxic. The season pass gun is available 2 seasons after it's released. So for example, Excava is available now because it was released 2 seasons ago in season 1. So next season in season 3, you get to craft Voltia. Okay? So that's how it goes. You always get the season pass gun 2 seasons after the season in which it was released. Okay? Hope that helps. Well, Atreus, are you following my builds? Because if you are, Bunny is just as fast as Ines, if not faster in some situations. In fact, she's faster in the Void Vessel. So there's nobody that really, I would say, plays similar, but you can get similar timings with Bunny as long as you follow my builds. I don't think you get them back either, Bobby, but we'll see tonight. I'm pretty sure they're just supposed to move. And I don't think you get them back unless you already had the exact same spots. So I think you're correct about that, Bobby. Anyway, just make sure that any of you guys, if you're struggling, then follow it. Yeah, you need fully maxed modules. You can never have half maxed modules. Always have only fully maxed modules. Never ever go in half-assed. And make sure you're following the updated build. And arcade tuning, very important. No arcade tuning, your damage is going to be low. Same thing if you don't have a maxed out reactor and things like that. So if you're barely putting a dent in the enemy, it's because you haven't maxed out everything. So you need to max it out and then compare. Once you max it all out and you compare, you should be good. Just make sure that you're following the updated Ultimate Bunny build guide. If you're not following the updated one, then you're basically going to go completely wrong. Osprey, I'm going to remove that message right now. You should know better than that. You're a long-time chatter here. I've told you before, clean stream policy. Can we please stick to that, guys? Atreus, okay. First and foremost, everything that is said in the official Discord is 95% wrong. I've been in there. If you're going in there for advice, congratulations on finding the wrong place to get advice. You want actual advice, you come to this community. Because my community is made up of the people that actually bother playing this game. So, what I would tell you is this. You want reactors? Don't worry about the weekly drops. All of us, we farm our reactors in Sigma Sector. We literally just keep running the Sigma Sector because it just drops a huge amount of reactors. Now, granted, you're not able to target the one that you want, but over time, you will usually find one that's really, really good. Like, I've just randomly found, like, great reactors for Blair and shit. So, honestly, I would just stay in, like, the hard mode Sigma Sector, the so-called high-risk Sigma Sector. Just keep going in there, and it's so good. RK tuning is very important. No, it's not marginal. Some people will say it's marginal, but in actuality, it actually increases the capabilities of your descendants depending on what you need. Okay, some changes are much greater than others, but I'll tell you one thing, Bandit. Anything you hear out there that is not from this stream, yeah, you can just take it out and throw it out of your brain. Now, there is some good advice that you'll be able to get out there, but I say maxing RK tuning makes a big difference for a lot of characters. And it can mean the difference between success and failure. Yep, I am indeed correct, Shadow Snake. Exactly. Just go to Sigma Sector. Don't worry about any other place. You want to farm it in the weeklies, unless it's in one of the super good farm spots. Don't even think about that. Straight to Sigma Sector, farm it there. RK tuning is a huge game changer for a lot of characters because it can help you push the character that might have been just like not so good into the best possible position. It has helped me like optimize my builds and tweak them in certain ways that really give you that best bang for your buck feeling, and that's made the difference. It's been a huge difference, I'll tell you that. RK tuning is generally a very big help for a lot of different characters, so I highly encourage people to use it. Anyone that says they don't want to grind it, you're missing out and you will always have worse results. I haven't really used Viesa. I don't really have one, Bandit. Oh, well, I guess a lot of people would probably say it's Liza P. But, yeah, I guess I really enjoyed that story. So, yeah, Liza P, I suppose. That was definitely one of my favorite single-player games. Played the whole damn thing for my girl, so it's good. I don't know how it'll work. I suggest coming to the stream tonight and checking out how it works. I'm pretty sure it's supposed to move your energy activator and all the crystallization catalysts you spent. It will just shove it over onto the ultimate. But we'll test it out tonight. That's actually very true, Bobby. It really does help, the extra 55%. It's nice. I don't think you'll just get the energy activator back. I'm not sure. Again, we'll see. Fair enough. In which case, it's good to know. But yeah, if it does give it back to you, cool. For me, I just plan on just shoving it into him straight away. Because no sense in, you know, worrying about normal Blair anymore. But my biggest concern, I think, right now is whether or not players are going to come back for this update. I hope that it'll be a nice little splash, but not as hopeful as I was before. Because normally these maintenance streams, right, you usually get about 400 or 500 viewers, but this is the first time it's actually been so low. Not that I mind, but at the end of the day, it also doesn't point to a good sign for the player base. I hope I'm wrong, because I do want to see more male descendants get their ultimates. But at the same time, I don't know, even with all the build variety and things like that, people just haven't been as interested in the game, which is greatly disappointing. Well, I'm happy to hear that, Atreus. For me, those ultimates that existed in the past, I didn't bother investing in the normals. I just shoved it straight. I just shoved all the stuff straight into the ultimates. This is the first time I've done a normal before the ultimate. Other than the newly released Descendants like Serena and the rest, of course. So, it's gonna be cool. I do want people to come back, but people are just not as interested, in my current opinion, right now in the game. And I've said it before, but it's because we don't seem to have a content focus.
Nose is growing, twisting and writhing, suffocating. Tell me lies again.
I think that if they want to bring back players, they need to focus on one thing and one thing only. Content, 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 content. Anything less than, you know, a high content focus is gonna be like a total flop, in my personal opinion. Hold on, I gotta verify my age on TikTok. 1 second.
So say your prayers. I wish upon a star to change it. Say your goodbyes, my dear. I've had enough. My son is almost gone, and I
Okay, wait. Let's see if TikTok can identify my age. Okay, age confirmed. Yay! How dare TikTok think that I'm 30 years old? Rude.
you can make me a marionette. Strings pull tight and the puppeteer dances. I can make you a new puppet. I can make you a new puppet.
You can make me dip the tears now.
Cut the strings of the marionette. Darling, I can make you a new
Nothing much, Thanos. Yep, content is the basic thing that we all need. Like, this is the core thing. If we don't focus on it, it's gonna be a problem. Hello, Sahil. How's it going? I think the burnout rate on this game is higher as a looter shooter. I don't have one, Sweet Potato. I adjust the guns based on what I need, so I don't have a favorite gun. And the reason I also don't make a recommendation is because a lot of people will just build that one gun and not build other guns, which is a bad idea. You gotta always build the right gun for the right descendant, just so you know. This game is still early, Bandit. That's kind of the issue, but I want them to stay in business. The biggest issue is that I hope they can stay in business long enough. That's my biggest worry right now, because it's like, bro, are you gonna stay in business or not? Last season, the only time we dipped below like 8,000 players was like at the end of the season. Now it's like there's still 2 months to go of the season, and we're already hitting like 7,000s in terms of our peak player count. I'm like, holy crap, you know? It's like players are coming back, but their attention is not being held. Then you got the stupid balancing patch that happened, and yeah, great, you bumped up several characters, but you also nerfed one character, and look at the fallout from that. It's crazy. It's nutty. Peacekeeper is not for a lot of Descendants, no. Peacekeeper is for Valby and Blair. Basically, Dimension or Fusion-based Descendants, it's really good to use the Peacekeeper. But why, sorry, Peacemaker. But why is that the case? It's because you can basically like fan the hammer and kill any elite. It's really awesome, you know? So yeah. But Peacemaker is also used as a speed stick. I.e., what does a speed stick mean? Basically, you put like plenty of sprint speed on it and go run around fast. Well, Helldivers also kind of recovered. It never recovered back to the same level, but it did recover. They kind of did a good job on that, so yeah. No, nerfing a character is never a good move, for sure. But it is what it is, right? Well, Thanos, have you seen the patch notes video? I'm sure you were here when I went through the patch notes. You should already know what happened there. If you don't, patch notes video now, buddy. Now. It's best if you know what happened. Stat sticks are very simple. Holding this weapon in your hand makes you stronger. That's a stat stick. So when people say a speed stick, it's designed to make your character run faster. Sometimes speed stick and stat stick is also the same weapon. Like for example, for Valby, Peacemaker increases non-attribute, right? So you use that together with the Peacemaker's speed stats to have a super stat stick that gives you power and speed. Something like that. That's what a stat stick is. A stat stick just means holding this in my hand makes me stronger than if I were to not hold it in my hand. The concept comes from several other games whereby players would hold things, you know, and then even if it wasn't the optimal weapon for their character, but it would buff their skills by so much or whatever. Well, if your net's turtle, good. While the 3GB is updating, go watch my video on the patch notes, especially if you don't know what's in there, okay? Anyone who has not seen the patch notes or read through the patch notes, please check my patch notes video. It's already out on my channel. I really suggest you check that out so that you guys know what's up. It's only 24 minutes. You can literally come back after. Peacemaker, Nocula. Stop calling it the Peacekeeper. It's the Peacemaker. Every one of you calls it the Peacekeeper. Yeah, and thanks to you guys, even I pronounce it as the Peacekeeper when it's the Peacemaker, damn it. I swear, we always get it wrong. Peacemaker, okay? Atreus, first and foremost, we only have a 7K peak, which means the average on Steam is about 5K for most of the time, which is terrible. And then even if you extrapolate it to console, unfortunately, we have fallen a lot. We're only about 18 to 20K total if we include consoles, which is problematic. All good, Neil. I'm trying to get you guys to correct your pronunciation so I can correct mine. See you later, Thanos. Oh yeah, 1 second. I need to pause my music just for 1 second. It won't take long. I have to check something. You stupid piece of crap, show me the damn thing. I am doing good today, O dove of the mysticism. Was wondering where you were. I said, I don't have my favorite person to bully today. I feel so empty. Anyway, allow me to put my music back on. Thank you guys for allowing me that moment. Don't forget to watch the patch notes video, oh mystical one, if you don't mind. King Alex, I would say if you want to play Valby and Blair, I would really recommend the Peacemaker. Your choice if you don't want to build it, but I'm having a blast with it. I know, right, Mystic? Happy to have you here. Don't forget you are supposed to hang out with me tonight. Yes? After all, I promised the corn suit, you promised Jaber, so tonight we're on, yeah? Don't stand me up tonight, okay? It's okay, Bobby. Mystic is here now. Your suffering is over. But I will say it again, Bobby, okay? If you ever come to my stream and you ask me some dumb questions, listen, I expect the dumb questions from people that don't watch me regularly, but I will be judging you harshly. My eyes are on you. Okay? Phil, you're one of the few people that likes Sigma Sector. I'll tell you, I've gone through it so many times that it's seared into my brain, but I guess I use it for farming reactors anyway. I know, right, Mystic? Did you just call it Peacemaster instead of Peacemaker? It's the Peacemaker, guys. Come on, stop mispronouncing that. You're killing me here. No. Mystic, I might love to bully, but you must also say you love to be bullied by me specifically, okay? Let's set the correct tone here. Okay, because if we don't set that tone, and we've already had a couple, okay, today we've already had like 3 people that come into my stream and like, Lamau, do you see the way you talk down to your viewers? Why do you like to talk down to your viewers so much? Man, am I talking down to you guys right now? Am I talking down to you guys right now? I probably am, but anyway. Alright, y'all gotta love this about me, okay? Now start loving it. Love it, I said. Ruby Fitz, check the patch notes video, my friend. You might want to home in on the section that says... If you haven't already seen the patch notes video, by the way, you might want to home in on the bug fix section. It'll be toward the end of the video, but it's in the bug fix section. So please do check that out. Yes. Suffer. Suffer for me. But I don't believe they fully reverted it. They seem to have just adjusted things. That said, we'll test it later tonight. But do check the patch notes video if you are unaware, Ruby. We do have sources. And the source is the patch notes. But again, I don't know if it's a reversion. Yes, watch the video and you'll be good to go, my friend. I always recommend watching the video. Now then, Mystic, I hope you have had enough rest because later tonight, I'll be going off around 5-ish as I normally do, take my nap, and then later tonight I'll be on again, so I hope you are prepared, okay? You better be prepared. And Key, don't think I didn't see what you called my peacemaker, okay? Now, BRB, I'm gonna go to the washroom, but I'll be back soon. The event rewards, there's no need for insider information. It's all in my patch notes video. Please check my patch notes video, Bandit. Everything you need to know is under the section that says event. All of it's timestamped for you. Watch my video now, and then come back to the stream. It's only 24 minutes. I expect all of you to be fully informed if you missed me going through the patch notes earlier on stream, okay? Now I'm gonna BRB. Go watch the video, or else I'll beat you up. Okay, I'm back. No problem, madam. Go ahead and get some rest. Yeah, you can just run the reactors in open materials, Phil. So it's a very straightforward thing. Oh, thanks for lunch, mother. Appreciate you. Pardon? Thank you. Yes, mom sent me lunch. So I guess it's time to eat. I'm unsure of how it'll work, Ruby, but we'll have to test it later tonight. And we'll see. We'll see through the dragon's eyeballs. Time for me to enjoy lunch in front of all of you guys. Not today, Phil, but yes, it'll be later that the skins come in. My lunch is the same lunch that I eat every single maintenance stream. Nasi lemak. Okay, I was trying to show it to you guys. It's like, you got rice, you got egg, some meat that my mom put in, and these fried ikan bilis. So it's a very simple but delicious meal. Where's Mystic? Because I remember she said that she can cook. She needs to be able to cook nasi lemak. My viewers bought me this chair a long time ago. I used to sit on a plastic chair like Virgil, you know, the plastic lawn chair. My viewers got me this one a long time ago, 3 years ago. Give you some. I don't see a top tier membership. I ain't giving you any of this. I share this with since the 2 new Plus Ultra members are David and Mystic, I can share this with them, but not you, bro. Arcane, I will personally just buy you a second one. You don't deserve my scraps. I just get you a second pack and we'll have lunch together. Nasi lemak is good. It just means you have to own like, so for example, the one where it says reactors, it says 20 of them. Just watch the patch notes video because I do explain it in there. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that's how it works. I do not fully know it, but it should be how it works. I got you, bro. Anytime, Arcane. I ain't gonna give you my scraps. I'll give you your own packet. Sit down at a table and we have a good lunch. Asian food's good. Yeah, I'm sharing my food with you guys right now. I'm eating it, and this is how I share it. You can plan a food heist if you want, Thanos, but you're not taking my food. It'll be in my stomach long before you finish your heist. Okay, enjoy, Bandit. No problems on my end, Ruby. I'm literally just chilling. I do this every maintenance stream anyway, so... No problem, seen and heard. I'm happy to deliver. Rice is good, not only for your gut, but it's a good provider of energy. Anyway, keep enjoying the video content seen and heard. I will keep trying to help as much as I can. Rice with stir-fried tofu? Not a fan of tofu, but please enjoy. Rice has more starch. It doesn't contain any fat at all. What happens is that if you eat too much rice, because it's a carbohydrate, converts to starch. Sorry, not converts to starch, but it's a carbohydrate, so it provides energy through glucose? I can't remember anymore my biology lessons, but basically too much carbohydrates will cause you to get fat if you're not burning off enough energy. Bandit, I do a bit of both. I make efficient builds that can help people enjoy the game, because being able to do things fast and feeling powerful is what helps most people enjoy the game. Because there's a lot of morons out there who will say, I'm enjoying this, but their build is so inefficient it takes them like 10 years to actually do anything. Hey, the dove is back. Thanks for correcting me on that. Where you been? Now that you're back here, by the way, do you know how to cook nasi lemak? I need you to cook nasi lemak for me. No, that's all good. Can you cook this? Sorry. Earlier I wanted to joke with chat, but because you were gone, I couldn't poke you and see if you knew how to cook this shit. That'll be a requirement. Go learn it before you get hired as my maid, okay? Because you already said you will take care of me. I will pay you, and you will make this shit. Okay, I require rice for pretty much all my meals, so prepare accordingly. I'm joking. Please do not think that I'm gonna abuse this person or exploit this person. I never will. Okay, just friendly banter. But yes, eating carbs is best used for energy. So if you're not gonna burn energy, do not eat too many carbs. That's why I eat less carbs for dinner. And I've stopped a lot of night snacking. I'm trying to just reduce my weight, in addition to exercising anyway. Kimchi pancakes? I like my pancakes sweet, American style. So kimchi pancakes would murder me, man. Unless they're a type of food that I just don't know about, then sorry, I haven't had them. Not a big fan of kimchi. I like some Korean foods, but kimchi, not so much. Sounds delicious. Enjoy, Thanos. You know, let's change the music vibes for a second. Me too. I tend to practically inhale my food. It's not very good. But it's just the way I am, you know? Let's play some secret songs that you guys have not heard before. Okay, are you ready for the secrets? These are all secret previews.
Raspberry, strawberry, lemon on the line. My best friend's in recovery. She'll be out in time.
See you, Arcane. Thanks for hanging out, man. I appreciate it. Have a good rest. I'll see you in the morning.
And shining, she said, I don't mind. These are a few
I'll tell you,
of my favorite.
my colleagues used to be like, what the hell is wrong with you? Because I would buy a burger, like fast food, and it'd be gone in 3 minutes. Just like zoom, 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 zoom. It's gone. It's gone. And my colleagues are like barely even opening their burgers and mine is gone. You know? And they're like, what's wrong with you? And I said, everything's wrong with me. I was born wrong. Mr. Sean Moore, I hate to break it to you, but the fire rate cap is 2,000. That is true, Jerome. Please be very careful of following random content. Okay? A lot of content out there is not trustworthy.
when the bee stings, when I'm feeling sad. I simply remember my favorite things, and then I don't feel so bad.
Yes, indeed. Clay is awesome.
Let me know when the rainbow ends. Meet me down at the bottom of the spiral again.
Nice.
And you
Good job.
never know when the split begins. Oh, I hope it's a good one today. A message from a side of me. I tried to fight, but he broke free. And now he's staring right at me.
Last Dagger can hit that easily too, though. So
Welcome back to the split. I know you feel fine now, but in a while I'll be here waiting to take you back to the start. The highs are fun, but I promise.
no, I haven't, Neil.
dear, I'll be here when they all disappear.
I think they mentioned something about that, Theo, in season 3.
Pick me up when the sun goes down. I need a fix from the manic to balance me out. But then you never know when the split begins. Oh, I hope it's a good one today. A message from a side of me. I tried to fight, but he broke free. And now he's staring right at me. Hello, my old friend. Welcome back to the split.
A lot of my songs can suit TFD.
Now, but in a while, I'll be here waiting to take you back to the start. The highs are fun, but I promise, my dear, I'll be
Not so sure about that.
when they all
I've always eaten it with a metal spoon, to be honest. Enjoy your spaghetti. Oh, I've got a lot of nice songs coming up after my metal album's finished. So please look forward to it.
Tell me what it is you like about
I'm gonna
me.
take this downstairs, so I'll be right back,
I can
okay?
fake a smile to keep you around. I can say what you want me to. I can give it all up for you, but I won't be around for long. I'm gone. I can't stay the same to make you happy. I can try, but it's just not enough. I'm not the girl that you want me to be. You can't love me when I'm not happy. Don't try to fix me. Don't try to save me. Don't try to fix me. Don't try to save me. I am not a little bird. you walking with your head held high, but I can see the sadness in your eyes. Oh, why do you have to pretend it's not worth it? It's not worth it to keep it all to yourself. When you put on that smile, you're hurting me, you're hurting you. Why do you have to pretend it's not worth it? It's not worth it.
I'm back and I agree. Mr. Chen Yafumo, please go watch the patch notes video. It'll update you on whatever's going on.
That smile. When you put
The
on
previous patch notes video also probably a good idea, yeah.
when you put on that smile. When you put on that smile.
All games have people that leave. I don't worry about it. It's just how it is. I'll put on some more random music for you guys. These are all music that hasn't been released, so enjoy.
In the shade, the last word that I said to you. Okay, I see a crimson morning. I wanna take a step toward you, but I'm afraid the last time I got close, it ended in blood.
Of course I can.
Darkness falls once again.
I believe the next big update is in May, Robinson.
Times I've seen the end. I see a crimson morning. I wanna take a step toward.
But yeah, I think most Asian men should be able to use chopsticks. Most.
The last time I got close, it ended in blood.
Of course. Emperor Wilsey, please do check the patch notes video. Yes, there is, but check the patch notes video.
Let me go. I'm not strong. How could you think of me as a hero?
Nice. But I never changed my name, so it's all good, because I have a brand, so.
Crimson morning.
Well, hopefully there's no delays today.
Take a step
But at least it's here. I'm not gonna stay here the whole time, though. I'll stream in about another, like, hour-ish.
ended in blood.
I don't know. Ask the guy who changed his name, he'll tell you. Basically, I think what he's saying is you got to log into your Nexon account. All right.
All my dreams abandoned in the flames. I built
Robinson, it's in the patch notes video.
that I call my life.
If you missed it when I went through the patch notes, I suggest you watch the video. I promise you it explains everything you need to know. So please check my patch notes video, it's already uploaded.
And now I'm standing here.
No problem, my friend. If you watch the full thing, you'll understand everything.
What do
I got you.
to show? It was all for nothing. I got nothing to show. It was all for nothing. And all my friends have disappeared, leaving me alone with the demons I fear. And all my work has come to nothing. It's all a nightmare, and I'm living the dream. What do I have to show? It was all for nothing. I got nothing to show. It was all for nothing. I lost it all. Now I've got nothing to show.
Most of my music is sad, to be honest. I don't do happy music.
And now I'm down in the hole. Now I'm down in the hole. Everything is not what it seems. Life is only good in the American dream. It's all a nightmare, and I'm living the dream. It's all a nightmare, and I'm living the dream. It's all a nightmare, and I'm living the dream.
Let me choose this one. You can ask the question, but my honest answer, Neil Showman, is that I don't know and I don't care. I mean, if they want to diss my builds and content, they can. Is it gonna make me less popular? No. In fact, them dissing me in my content probably makes me more popular because people are gonna come and check me out and then realize that, hey, all these other YouTubers are just sucky and lying to their audience. But Robot doesn't. So, I don't worry about it. If they want to diss me, they can diss me. I don't give a shit. I make good money each month, although it is reducing a little bit, but I generally make good money each month, so I'm quite okay.
You never made it easy, like I didn't have enough to worry about. A quick glance, a missed heartbeat, a new crush. You must
But yeah, don't worry about it, Neil. Look, if somebody wants to diss me, then just walk away, you know? Just understand that it's probably coming from a place of anger and jealousy, and they're just upset that, you know, most of the time I've heard about it anyway, it's because like the guy can't get views without buying views, embedding views, things like that. But I'm getting deals left, right, and center, you know? So I don't worry about it. I mean, for those that don't know, I'm gonna be sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends this Friday. FYI, if you want to help me out, you can just download it via my link and get to level 12. But I'm gonna be doing a specially sponsored stream tomorrow, and the pay is really good. So yeah, I'm relaxed and happy, and I'm just getting good deals, so I don't have to worry. Why is it Dandy Corn? Because I don't know. I guess they just wanted to do it. Either way, I'm gonna be wearing that skin. No problem, Dissident. Well, I'm a serious kind of guy, you know? And yeah, maybe sometimes people don't like that about my personality, but at the end of the day, um, a lot of my top viewers and a lot of my top supporters are all ex-military. So I think that I'd rather stick with that vibe because I like to bring them the same vibe that they've always had. It creates a very comfortable experience for them, in my personal opinion. So yeah. You know, you're right about that as well, Ruby. A lot of time, like, I don't have time to go watch other creators. I'm busy with my music and my content. So why are they wasting time watching me? They can go do their own shit. You know what I'm saying? But I like being serious anyway, so I don't worry about it. Like I said, if that's their only reason to diss me, then good. They should keep that up. Like I said, hate toward a person should never affect the person. You know, I'm a Buddhist, right? So Buddha always said, anger and hatred is like drinking poison and expecting the other person to die. You're the one that drank the poison. So you get what I mean? So, you know, it's just silly. So yeah, I don't engage in drama and stuff like that. If other people want to do that to me, then that's on them. But I think that at the end of the day, what's going to happen is that they're going to lose their viewers and their biggest supporters, and their biggest supporters are going to start to figure out why the robot is the best. Then they're going to come over here and start spending on me, which has happened before. So I'll relax about it. Hey, thanks, Neil. Like I said, you just have to get to level 12. And if you still enjoy it after that, you want to give me a fat bonus, get to level 25 and open up the shards that you get in the game, and you're good. You know, I get a bonus for that. But, you know, I don't want to force anyone to play. I'm looking forward to streaming it for you guys tomorrow because they've sponsored me 3 times already. This is the 3rd time they're sponsoring me. They're actually really, really nice to work with. And they are so good at their jobs. Like, I'm impressed with them. They've stayed in business as one of the biggest games in history for so long because they're just so good at it. It's crazy. Yeah, no, I actually find it fun. I just wish I had more time to play it because honestly, the state of the game right now is that you actually have to invest time in it, almost like playing it like full time. So I find it a bit hard to keep up with, especially when I've got a lot of other projects where I'm also partnered. So I play it when I can or when I get sponsored, but I don't have time to really keep up with it. And it's something that if you don't want to fall behind, you got to keep going with it, you know? And I just don't have the time to sync right now, especially now that I'm working on music and stuff. Anyway, let me play some more songs for you guys. Oh, absolutely. You can always download it from my link later as well anyway. Just get to level 12, try it out. You don't like it after level 12, uninstall. It's all good. Sweet potato for the most part, and I don't mind answering the question. I actually don't watch other content at all. I only focus on my own. Sometimes though, if a viewer has an important point that they want to bring to me and they need to prove something to me, I will usually ask them to provide a video and I will watch that video, and that's usually the only time I check out other content. Sometimes also if a viewer alerts me that somebody has stolen my content or might be stealing my ideas, then I might check out what the person put out just to understand them, not to report them or anything because you can't anyway, but I will usually look at it and be like, okay, so I understand what this person's doing. But yeah, I never really worry about other people's content. Sometimes I do reference respected creators. So, now without naming names, sorry, I do have to pause the music for this, but without naming names, there was a creator that I respected in the past. I don't know if they're still doing content for TFD, but in the past, I respected them a lot and I would actually watch a lot of their content because they were very methodical and they could prove their work. They never shied away from proving their work and showing that what they were saying was true. So I would always watch their content and see what they had to say, and I respect them for that, you know. So I would watch their videos and understand better and be like, ah, okay, now I understand this better. And they tested things on a level that, you know, because I only have certain number of hours to play the game, so I don't test as in depth as they do for a lot of things, which is very interesting. Anyway, now that I understand all this stuff better, you know, it helps me to frame my own content for my viewers, and of course without copying theirs, because I would never do that. That being said, nowadays I don't really watch anyone else anymore because now that I don't remember if they post more videos because I haven't seen one from them in quite a while. But yeah, I no longer watch other creators and I just don't bother. I just focus on myself and the music that I'm doing and all that kind of stuff. Hello again, JJ. So yeah, that's just me in a nutshell. That is who I am. Oh, excuse me, my nose allergies are killing me. Usually around the afternoon, it gets a little bad. Anyway, let me go put on some crazy unreleased music for you guys, because why not?
Another day, a piece of me just breaks away. A part of me I can't replace. If I could only just retrace. If I could take it back and do it all again. If I could take it back and do it all again. I'd find a way to get it all back.
Yes.
I get it all back anyway. But every time I try to take a step ahead, I'm getting tired of these things that I get in my way. Getting tired of these things that I say. And I try to keep it all together. But it all comes down. It all comes down. When I try to make it all better.
Yep.
But it all comes down. It all comes down. Falling out with the people around me. 'Cause they never could doubt me. And they just don't believe in the person I was or the person I'll be. And I keep trying to find it. But it keeps staying silent. And I know I can't change.
This is where you can get my releases early. If you search me up on Spotify, like RealAsianRobot on Spotify, Apple Music, all those places, I release the music there on an album basis. So if you want the early releases, you go there. But this one is not released. These are like some unreleased tracks that I just happen to have.
But I can never seem to find them in my head, no. I can never seem to find.
Some of these tracks will never come out. I just have them. So sometimes I like to just play them on stream when I'm chilling.
And I know that it's all in my head, but it's all in my head, and it's getting so heavy, and I'm losing my way, and I'm losing the things that I say. And I try to keep it all together, but it all comes down. It all comes down. When I
Nice, JJ.
try to make it all better, but it all comes down. It all comes down. Falling out. Falling out with the people around me. 'Cause they never could doubt me. And they just don't believe in the person I was or the person I'll be. With the people around me. 'Cause they never could doubt me. And they just don't
Yeah, I do like the last dagger a lot.
person I'll be.
It's a very good weapon.
Right before I close my eyes, all I see is the darkest skies.
Let me remember which version of this is better.
Before I close my eyes.
Oh, this is the shitty version. Okay, yeah, this is the better version. Usually I put a thumbs up on, because like I said, this is some of the unreleased stuff, so.
Sick and tired of your reasons.
I don't really have a favorite genre. I like metal a lot, but I like almost all genres, and now that I've got the opportunity to produce music with both female and male singing, I like all genres. I just hit everything, you know? I just keep going creative and just doing whatever I like, you know?
Every time I close my eyes, the pain I see is paralyzing. Every time I close my eyes, the pain I see is paralyzing. It's my time for me, and I won't let you down. Not me. It's my time for me, and I won't let you down. Not me. It's my time for me, and I won't let you down. Not me. Not me.
Thunder Cage fell off a long time ago, dude. Nobody has used it for like 2 seasons. A lot of people tried to lie and say it was good, but it's really not.
Feeding on my pride. Sick and tired of the anguish. Sick and tired of the shame. Sick and tired of your constant biting at my brain.
Oh, thank you for saying it's cool. I hope you guys will keep enjoying my music. Want to hear something that'll throw you back to the past? I think some people will definitely know the influence for this song, but anyway, this is also unreleased. I don't look at overall best weapons. And Malevolent.
I'm waiting for the pain to fade. I'm still afraid of what's to come.
That's true.
I don't know if I'll ever find my place. I don't know if I will ever feel like I've won. Take me away. Take me away. Take me away. Take me away. Don't wanna breathe, don't wanna die. I'm not alive. I'm just a shell, just waiting to be thrown away, thrown into hell. I'm still alive. Why am I here? I don't belong here. I am weird. I wanna go. Don't wanna stay. Don't wanna stay. But my body is making me wait. Take me away. Take me away. Take me away.
I might release it as a single, actually. I never really had a lot of follow-up to this, so I might drop it as a single at some point. It's pretty cool, right? I just never had a way of making this into a EP or anything. I couldn't really find the right AI singer voice for it, so it just ended up as a single Pringle by itself. But yeah, you never know. Someday I might drop it as a single. It's a good song, right? I got a couple of these floating around. You know, it's Sometimes you just don't know what's gonna be good, what's gonna not be good. So sometimes, like, even if I don't have anything for it, I'll just keep the song in there, and you just never know when you're gonna bust it out. Yeah, go ahead. I'm going to end in about like 30 minutes, so don't worry. But y'all, if y'all can get in the game, please go ahead and enjoy it early, and then I will catch you guys later in the evening. And it should be good. Y'all want to hear some cool, powerful music? All right, for no reason? I bet you do. I bet you do. Can't remember which one it was that was good. Is it this one? This is some really old shit, by the way. I think it was this. I genuinely think it was this, but I can't remember. It was one of them. I think it was this. No problem. But you know, I gotta say, I kind of like chilling with you guys like this. Sometimes it's really nice to just relax.
I follow your guidance, your voice in my dreams.
Actually, kind of does because of the 18 meters drop off range. So yeah, you have to kind of be close.
Show me the mountain, your pasture.
Hey, welcome back, Mystical One. How's your mom? Is your mom all good? Welcome back, Mystic. Come and relax. We're not in season. An arrow misfired. Aspirations replaced by rut. I never played Luna Flip, so can't help you there. Sorry. But please call me Robot. You don't have to call me Mr. Asian. Just call me Robot, okay? Okay. I'm happy to hear that, Mystic. Say hi to your mom for me. And the dogs feast on the fatted lamb. I surrender my guile and my sight. In the game, it doesn't feel like that, Jerome. That's the only problem. And the dogs feast on the fatted lamb. Well, hopefully I will not lead her daughter astray. I will do my best to treat you like family. I surrender my guile and my sight.
Time has taught that those you trust somehow will hurt you. Hearts misled in suits of skin and teeth, disguised so well.
Of course. Alright. I must protect the family.
Dogs feast on the fatted lamb, the sun setting over my eyes. And the dogs feast on the fatted lamb. The shepherd was a wolf in disguise. And the dogs feast on the fatted lamb, the sun setting over my eyes. And the dogs feast on the fatted lamb. The shepherd was a wolf. The shepherd was a wolf. The shepherd was a wolf.
Thanks, Rando, but that's my old rapping stuff, man. I don't do that anymore. I now produce AI music. Also, that's the wrong account because that stuff is on my old account. If you're actually interested in my current Spotify, which is all my current music, that's the link instead. So I think you're listening to the wrong Spotify. That's my old rapping Spotify, which I no longer work on. This is my current Spotify page. So it should lead you to the correct stuff. Please enjoy. I currently only produce AI music. GG indeed, mystical one. My dear mystical friend. Okay. Now what else have I got? I'm just so you know, Mystic, I'm just showing people some of the unreleased tracks and just busting them out. I think this is the one. I'm pretty sure this is the one. Should be. Some of this I just worked on randomly.
Spiraling out of control, paralyzed in the unknown. I close my eyes, say my last goodbye. All I have is a distant memory of your light. If only I had one more day, I'd tell you what you mean to me. I'd ask you to stay. I never thought you'd go away and leave me in the dark, all alone, broken hearted.
Yeah, some of these never got like bands or anything, so it's just single Pringle tracks. I might drop them as like singles at some point, but yeah.
If only I had one more day, I'd tell you what you mean to me, to me. I'd ask you to stay. I never thought you'd go away and leave me in the dark, all alone, broken hearted. Crucible of fire in your final hour. Show us who you are before you disappear. Crucible of fire in your final hour. Show us who you are before you disappear. Fire in your final hour. Show us who you are
Yeah, we'll see.
before you disappear.
Like sometimes it's just about finding the right style for them and stuff before they get into their own band and whatnot. So we'll see. This one's definitely a good one. Yeah.
Shadows linger, whisper lies in my core. Destruction thrives. Silence screams, a soul betrayed. Light eclipsed, my heart decayed. Demons rise, but I will fight. Scorch their venom in the night, cast them out with raging fire. Purge the filth, ignite desire. Chains of anguish bind no more. Fragments mended, battle lore. Through the ashes, I ascend. Inner dark will meet its end.
I can't.
Of fury,
You get to hear the full powered version when it actually releases.
these haunted, endless halls,
I am on Apple as well, but Apple will be slower than my SoundCloud and YouTube channel. So you can get me on any major music platform, but the major music platforms like Apple, Spotify, Deezer, all this, Amazon Music, you will only hear my releases after they're put into albums, or if they're released as singles, then when the single drops, then you will hear it. So, like right now, I'm currently working on my third album, which is a metalcore album. Once that is finished, like you can hear the tracks that I've already posted on SoundCloud and YouTube, but once all the tracks for that album are out, then it gets a full release on Spotify and all that. So what I'll say is that, yeah, if you want to support me, you should do so through the major music platforms, but just also be aware of my YouTube music channel and SoundCloud, because that's where you hear the stuff early. And occasionally on streams, I do some previews of stuff that I'm working on, but may never release or may not release now or stuff like that. But for the most part, SoundCloud, my YouTube music channel, and of course, the major music platforms are where I make my money, but the releases for those are delayed. So you want the early stuff, you want to hear it fast, you got to go to SoundCloud. But otherwise, yeah, I'm on Apple Music, YouTube Music, I'm everywhere. All music platforms have my stuff, all major music platforms anyway. I post everywhere. But like I said, for proper releases, because you do make money off them, you have to wait. The last release that I did was called Metal Fairy Tales. So if you go to Apple Music and you look for Real Asian Robot, which is right there, you will see Metal Fairy Tales, The Call of Land, and The Lady Waiting. The Lady Waiting is a single, but it's actually part of Call of Land. It's just that it released in a really weird format. I've actually only done an EP, which is Call of Land, which includes Lady Waiting and Metal Fairy Tales. But in future, I'll have more singles and EPs as well. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed that, Finesse. But the last one is not released. The last one that I played for you on stream, if that's what you're asking, is unreleased stuff. Like I was just previewing some stuff for you guys. Jerome loves the sound of violence. Now that's a different thing altogether. Now I'm going to be here for another 20 minutes. Then I do have to go, unfortunately. But after that, I will see you guys later tonight for a proper show. Okay? And I will see if I can convince Mystic to finally join me so I can make her play Jaber. All right? We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, tonight should be fun. I'll start farming Ultimate Blair. And we'll test some changes, test some things out. We'll have a good time. We shall have a good time tonight. It's okay, Finesse. Whether it's the sound of violence or violence, I think we can appreciate both. All right? So long as it is violence against your enemies. Hey, going dark. I'm not going right now, Ruby. I'm going to sit around for like 20 more minutes. Just in case somebody comes by here. Because a lot of the time, right, if I don't sit around for long enough, people will be like, when's the maintenance? When's things going to end? So I like to just sit around for as long as I can. So about 19 more minutes. I'm just going to chill here. You know, nice and silent. You know, talk with you guys. And then, or if we've got nothing to talk about, we can literally just sit in silence. Yeah, 20 more minutes or so. And then I'm good to go. Then I'm going to roll. Quite literally roll into bed, have a nice nap, and then I'll be back in the evening. Back in control, push them further out to sea. Falklands in our hands, back under British reign. So yeah, that's what'll happen. Enjoy. Thank you for following me, wherever you choose to follow me. Bear. I hope my music will not be unbearable to you. Thanks, Rando. I am very proud of my AI music because mine is different. Time for the AIs to retire and I sing? No. On a scale of 1 to no? No. Okay, fine. Fine. You saw what I did. What did you see that I did, mystical one? Come, tell me. What did I do? Oh, magical dove. Explain, and maybe I reward you all with a song. You love my terrible puns, mystical one. Okay, come. Let me sing badly for you guys. Are you ready? The colors of his morning, the darkness of his night, little grays that gave no warning, a sun that brought no light. He saw his whole world breaking, that tortured soul I met in a prison of his making, the man who can't forget. I can still hear the way that he cried for the ones he was missing. I can still hear the way that he cried for the ones he had lost. He saw them in the rivers, he felt them in the rain. In dreams he heard them whisper, truth that is his pain. He caused the whole world breaking, that tortured soul I met in a prison of his making, the man who can't forget. There you go. Okay, so as you requested, the AIs can retire and I'll sing for you. Okay? A terrible, terrible singing. Yeah, the update is soon. I mean, you can download the update now already. Game is back in about an hour. 15 minutes. For Mystic? No. If I was gonna do one for Mystic, no, not cool enough. No, that one was for all you nerds. If it was Mystic, I'm trying to think of what would be the most hilarious thing that I could bust out right now. That would be absolutely funny, but also would not completely offend her. I'll think about it. But honestly, I'm just glad that AI music is a thing, because now, at least, it's a lot easier for me to get out the songs that I want. All right? Because I don't have to, practice or anything like that. Somebody once told me, what? Did you just quote All Stars? Did you just quote All Star Smash with Smash Mouth? Hey, how about we let the lady answer herself, all right? No. Listen, you want the ladies to vibe with you. You gotta hit them with that, vibing sound. You can't just hit them with Smash Mouth. Okay, even if they enjoy it. No. You gotta hit them with the good stuff, all right? The good stuff. I just haven't, thought of it yet because I gotta toe the line. I always gotta toe the line. Okay, can't cross the line. You gotta toe the line. Never do that. Never cross the line. But I'll figure something out eventually. Hello, OP King. How you doing? Yep. Plus, you know, I bust out the wrong thing and it's gonna look like I'm flirting with her, and I would never want to offend her in that way. I'm actually very happy that Mystic is my friend. So, like I said, I will toe the line. You never cross that line. It's all about respect here. I've been awake for too long. I need sleep. Nah, you want to know what's for friends? Photograph. Now that's for friends. If only I could actually play an instrument, you know, I'd pull out a guitar, start strumming that, and say, "Look at this photograph. Every time I hear it makes me laugh. How did eyes get so red?" Now that one is for friends, okay? Exactly. Yeah. And you can even change up the lyrics. It's the best. Or if you want your friends to start getting concerned about you, you start singing "Numb" by Linkin Park. Gonna be all like, "I'm tired of being what you want me to be. I'm feeling so faithless, lost under the surface. I don't know what you're expecting of me." You know, actually, that kind of sounds like what the TFD devs are going through right now. You know, player count keeps dropping, and they're like, "I don't know what you're expecting of me. Put under the pressure." Lord. You know, in a way, I kind of feel sorry for these devs because like it's so hard to get something right to, you know, fulfill the community's needs. Because realistically, what we're all looking for is content, but then you got people looking for descendants and skins. It's hard to satisfy everybody, you know? It's a tough situation, not gonna lie. But that's how it is, you know? That's what it means to be a dev. I mean, for me as well, it's what it means to be a content creator. You gotta meet people's expectations. Yeah. And we all know why, right, Bear? We all know exactly why on May the player count will peak again. Because all the people are gonna be like, "Mommy came in, she caught me one-handed, thinking about the girl next door. Picture this, I roped that pony, had it in a tug of war. How could I be casual while the bishop salutes my feet? All this time she was standing there, I'm polishing my good friend Pete." Yeah? Yeah. I still remember that parody, it was great. uh, but yeah, all the one-handed players will definitely be coming back for that. No, it was a parody of can't even remember what the original song was, but uh It Wasn't Me. The original was It Wasn't Me with like Shaggy and that other guy, Rick Rock. But I remember that somebody made a parody which was absolutely hilarious. It was yeah, it was that, you know. So I'll tell you, if when they release that update, yeah, the lyrics the lyrics that I just sang are from a parody. But if you talk about my music is original. But the lyrics that I just sang is a parody. If you can look it up. But yeah, the full thing is quite hilarious. You know, I'm actually reading the lyrics right now, so it's actually pretty funny what they what they wrote. I love Linkin Park. I love Linkin Park. I would never not be nice to them. But you gotta admit, all right, these devs are kind of giving a numb vibe. They're just caught in the undertow. And every step that they take is another mistake to us. Your wife asked you what was that, Bear. You can tell her that it's a song about, doing things. Yeah. Or, you can also tell her that at a later time. Shadow Snake, I hope you can understand, but I would never disclose how I do things. I mean, I make a living off it, so you'll just have to figure it out yourself, buddy. I wouldn't give you my business secrets. Sorry. I have my own special way of doing it, and I would never share that with anyone else. You want it, you gotta have the Colonel's 11 herbs and spices. I'll never share my secret formula, my Krabby Patty secret formula. Just know that it's gonna cost you money. Lots of dollars. You spend the dollars, as long as you make the dollars back, it's okay. You don't make the dollars back, then sad. So it'll cost you some dollars. But yeah, go do your research. Give it a try if you want. But just don't ask me because I will never disclose. I will never share my secrets. Never. Never. Yeah, it's the truth, right? You make the money, then good. Then you happy. Then you smile. You don't make the money, then sad. Then you don't smile. All you can do is just like sit by yourself and, you know, cry about it. And then you'll be looking at all their bills and be like, look at this photograph. Every time I hear it makes me laugh. How did I lose so much cash? I spent it all and it went by fast. Oh, Lord, I abuse myself. All right, guys, I'm going to head off in like 3 minutes. All right, but I'll be back this evening to share some shenanigans with you so y'all have a good time. All right, tonight we will go farm the Blair and then we will eat the Blair. Look at this Valby farm. Dude, that's going to be so sad, bro. Can you imagine just going around in a circle and circle? Actually, if I was going around in a circle, it would be more like, how the hell we wind up like this? Why weren't we able to farm the gold that we missed and try to turn the tables? Now the story's played out like this. My Valby goes in a circle. Yeah, yeah. I'm sure you will be, Nocula. Many people will not miss tonight because they're gonna go farm. I too shall farm. We shall all farm. Some might even call us pharmacists. All right. All right. All jokes aside, thank y'all very much for joining me. I will see y'all later tonight. Okay. Don't do anything weird while I'm gone. And I will catch you guys then. Okay? Okay. All right. See you all later. And have a good one. Bye.